getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who want to steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who want to steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good. Discovery A negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Strange time we're living in, panic and hysteria. Poor man learn, the rich man don't care for your narcissist mindset spread like malaria. Sit back and watch the show. America, Britain split through fickle shit. A government of hypocrites. These counterfeit politicians sit in parliament, not adequate. Come on, needlessly bleeding, resources all dry. Turn a blind eye if it means a pay rise. Oh, what a shame it would be, I would die if number 10 Downing Street burned in a fire. Only joking, only messing, don't be stressing. I'm a peaceful adolescent, there's no need to be unpleasant. Write my thesis in a rhyme scheme to analyze the brain while my fingers on the trigger of a money game. Oh, rain, 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 a storm it comes our way. And no surprise to distorted lies, poison in the veins, but we die upon the blame, 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 blame. It's easier to blame, but point the mirror at ourselves. We're all part of this whole money game. This old money game. This old money is a game and the ladder we climb turns a saint into a sinner with his finger in crime. I'll break it down for you motherfuckers line by line. This is business economics in a nursery rhyme. She sells seashells on a seashore, but the value of these shells will fall due to the laws of supply and demand. No one wants to buy shells cause there's loads on the sand. Step one, you must create a sense of scarcity. Shells will sell much better if the people think they're rare, you see. Bear with me, take as many shells as you can find and hide them on an island. Stockpile them high until they're rarer than a diamond. Step two, gotta make the people think that they want them, really fucking want them. Hit them like Bronson. Influencers, product placement, featured primetime entertainment. If you haven't got a show, then you're just a fucking waste man. Three, it's monopoly. Invest inside some property. Start a corporation, make a logo, do it properly. Shells must sell, that will be a new philosophy. Swallow all your morals, they're a poor man's quality. Four, expand, expand, expand. Clear forest, make land, fresh blood on hands. Five, why just shells? Why limit yourself? She sells seashells, sell oil as well. Six, guns, sell stock, sell diamonds, sell rock, sell water to a fish, sell the time to a clock. Seven, press on the gas, take your foot off the brakes, then run to be the president of the United States. Eight, big smile, make big wave, that's great. Now the truth is overrated, tell lies out the gate. Nine, polarize the people, controversy is the game. It don't matter if they hate you, if they all say your name. 10, the world is yours. Step out on the stage to a round of applause. You're a liar, cheat, a devil, a whore, and you sell seashells on the seashore. Rain, 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 a storm it comes our way. And no surprise to distorted lies, poison in the veins, but we die upon the blame, 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 blame. It's easier to blame, but point the mirror at ourselves. We're all part of this whole money game. This old money game. This old.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Man, I got a couple different special things for you this morning. I've been debating what order I'm going to be playing or doing these things in here. So I think the very first thing that I want to share with you guys, Novocaine, who's part of the channel, used a little bit of AI technology to come up with a song. He came up with two of them, actually. The first one I didn't really like as much. It was kind of like weird. But the second one was amazing. So I got to show you guys this. I'm going to put the lyrics up on the screen here so you guys can see them. This is freaking awesome. Check this out.
Living life on the open road
suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Windows roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the gritty grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. AMC ticker keeps on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all inside. All ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Bedded bed, living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, ticker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty stinking cool. I was like, damn, that's awesome. I don't know how I'm going to incorporate that into the live stream, but somehow or another, I'm going to like figure out. Maybe I'll play that like coming out of my breaks or something. I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but somehow or another, I'll probably incorporate that. Anyways, moving on. I have something else for you because you know what? It's numbers time. So I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm going to clean off my glasses and share with you guys some more cool stuff. Got to clean off the glasses first here. Probably the most important thing of the day. Making sure you can see. While I'm cleaning off the glasses, we'll talk about real quickly here price prediction tally points. Never really thought about this too much, but I always have kind of color-coded things on the screen. You guys were mentioning the other day that you thought it would be really excellent if I had a color-coded microphone. And so guess what? Let there be light. Oh, there she is. Look at that. Look at that. You asked, you got. I don't know if it's gonna stay here. I tried just, I don't know, sitting in front of the computer with this on for a while, and after a while I was just kind of sitting there going like, I don't know if I can take this all day or not. We'll see. We'll see. Today's a trial day. We'll see how this works out, but I'll tell you what, it does not I feel like I have like a nuclear plant of light in my face now. Good morning. Yeah, so that's cool, right? Cool thing. So the title for the day today. We got to talk about that real quick. The title for the day today is The Battle to Be Heard. In our community, and I posted out a tweet this weekend. I think, there was the usual tweet. Actually, let me go back to the main page here real quick while we talk about this. I forgot to go over the title. The title is The Battle to Be Heard. And we are losing that battle. We're not winning. And I think that there needs to be some things on our part that we can do to be heard better. I know a lot of you guys on Twitter are noticing that there's tweets that are getting their likes taken away. Our communities are people are being unsubbed from following each other so that they're no longer seeing what each other's saying, and very slowly they're picking away at our ability to be able to communicate with each other, and they're just tearing it down slowly over time. And I do believe that the battle for us to be heard is probably one of the most important battles. Our community is probably one of our greatest assets and strengths, and also can be a little bit of a source of weakness. This weekend, I had posted out something that said the following. I know a lot of you like to listen to all views so you can be up to date on everything AMC. Fun fact, When you take what is being said and run around everywhere asking if it's the truth or a possibility, you're doing the shill's work of spreading bad information for them. Instead of panicking and openly asking in public forums where people may not know the answer, try DMs first. No sense in helping to create false fears. I still maintain that it's best to just stop listening to and giving a platform to those whom are spreading lies about AMC. Block and move on. We don't need to give the megaphone to our enemies. We have the power of many amongst us. And that power is, for the most part, I think, been used against us instead of for us. So I have an idea on perhaps maybe how we can use that power for our advantage. It's going to take a little bit of gumption, I guess, on our part to utilize that power and moving forward, but I think we have the ability to do it. I'll tell you what what my idea is, and then you guys can tell me what you think we can do. But we do have the power and strength to be heard if we choose to. So I think that's really the important part here is that we need to be creating our narrative and not the other way around, and us supporting the narrative of those who are against us. So we'll talk about that, but it is numbers time, and let's do it. Let's get into these numbers. Living 3D says he looks like an old medieval cleric with that glow. Okay, Apex says I can hear it humming. Okay, see, that's another reason why I was thinking about getting rid of it, because it creates feedback, and I was curious about whether or not you guys would notice, and you can hear it, so that's not a good thing. I can tell. I can tell too. I can see it. It's not very much noise, but it is additional noise, so that's something that I have to take into consideration as well. So this is a trial basis on these lights here. Thanks for the feedback on that. No pun intended. Price prediction tally points. We finished at $4.08 on Friday. I don't think anybody had a price prediction anywhere near that. I think the closest price prediction would have been TB, who was going for a 337 close. Sorry, 437. No, that's not right. 417. 417 close is what he was going for. He had 377 to 477. So he was. He did not have a unique price prediction. I was only 3 cents above him in his price prediction, so no extra bonus point for that. So the week ends with me being the winner. I know, rigged. I'm used to it by now. And let's see here. Short exempt volume. We had very, very low volume on Friday. In fact, our total amount of volume... Actually, I don't think I've changed my page here. Historical data. Our total amount of volume was 7.2 million shares traded on Friday. That usually we need like 11 or more million shares in order for us to get over 100K in short exempt volume. So I would not expect to see this number, short exempt volume, to be very high. And as I'm pulling it up here, 59.4 thousand shares, it's not. Day over day price increase, we were down 2.86% on Friday. Utilization, I think, is a smidgen down from where it was on Friday as well, 69.26. Max Payne. Last week, all week, we were at a 450 max pain. This week was supposed to be at max pain at 450, so I don't expect to see any change from that. It should still be 450, but it's not. It's dropped down to $4 now. We are starting out the week with a $4 max pain. Looking at next week, it's 450 for next week. The week after that, still 450, and the week ending the 19th is still 5. So the only week that's changed is this week so far with a $4 max pain. Which means we're probably going to be hitting $4 here at some point. We did in the aftermarket hours very briefly on Friday. Let's see here. What's next? Off exchange. By the end of a day, I would normally expect to see about 66 or 64% going through off exchange and EDGX. We had 52.5% going through off exchange. EDGX was 7.16. The combined total on that was 59.66%, or about 4.34% less volume going through those exchanges than I would normally expect. What does that mean? We would have probably been down a lot further in price had it not been for some of the shares actually hitting the lit market. It could also mean that there was more selling pressure going on Friday, which is why the price ended up being low. Some of the shares that did hit the lit market were selling orders. CHX volume was 3,406 shares. GME CHX volume coming in at 400. Borrow fees. Looks like over the weekend, there were quite a few shares that were borrowed out and well, not quite a few. Looks like it was like 15,000 in the aftermarket hours, and then most of those shares, no, all of those shares, and then some have been returned since. So we've not seen any borrowing going on yet for today. Only returned shares. Institutional ownership. Has changed. Let me refresh it again. I updated this information last night. I did a reboot on the computer. Let's take a look at it real quick here. Last week it was 76.196 million shares owned by institutions. Now it's 76.203, so it did go up a little bit. I don't think these lights are going to last. They're not going to last. It's already in my head. It was a good thought, and then you put it into practice, and it's just like this is not working. Let's take a look at options. Give me 1 second while I log into my account. All right, open interest. Last week, the highest amount of open interest for calls was at a $4.50 strike. That is still the case for this week. There's 16.2 thousand contracts at 4.5. Highest amount of puts coming in just barely at 3.5. That's down 50 cents from last week at 4. There's 8.6 thousand contracts. There's also 8.6 at 4. We're talking like a less than a 30 share. It's like 28 not shares, 28 contracts less at $4, and there's 3.5. So if $3.50 puts start closing at any given point, we should start seeing price moving up. Max pain is 4. The spread between the open interest is a dollar spread, suggesting a $4 close by the end of the week. By the way, guys, in case you didn't know this, This is only a 4-day trading week due to Good Friday this Friday. So we'll only have 4 days this week of trading together. All right, looking at Ortex. Let's zoom in on this just a tad bit here. Utilization. There's our utilization dropping ever so slightly from 69.31% down to 69.26%. The on-loan amount did increase, however, from 53.69 million shares on loan to a new all-time high of 53.83 million. So we're looking at 0.14 increase. 140,000 new shares on loan. Ortex is going to probably estimate about a third of that to be in new short interest. Is that right? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to do something. Let's see here. The estimated short share interest of the free float as a result, Ortex estimated up from 14.25 to 14.27. That's a 0.02 increase. So Ortex is estimating about 52,000 of that 140 was in new short interest. So about a third. That's not really enough shares, new shares on loan to really, for me to expect the on loan average age per day to be dipping. So I'm gonna guess that this is probably rising. And it did. It rose from 35.42 to 36.25. The security lending volume day over day did increase from 2.12 million shares to 2.18. MMRI, when we closed out the day on Friday, was 273 point. I think it looks like I've got written 84 on here. The lights are blinding me. I can barely see it. This morning, it's at 274.55. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates started out the day on Friday at 0.374 of a spread and then increased to 0.382 and is now currently at 0.387, even more of an increase. SSR trigger price for the day today is $3.67. 44.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls for this week. 4.8 thousand contracts are in the money. Puts, we have 18.3 thousand contracts that are out of the money and 4.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. Let's see here. We have approximately 62, let's just call it 63. It's pretty close. We have 63,000 contracts, roughly, that are out of the money. And I said I was going to start writing this down and just kind of watching how this increases over the week. So we're starting out the week with about 63,000 contracts that are out of the money. I think last week when we ended the week, we had about, if I remember correctly, I think it was like 65. So we're almost right there at that amount currently. Futures on the VIX are showing up 1.37 to a value of 1468 on the VIX. The VIX closed out last week at 1306, which means the VIX should be heading up quite a bit here, at least what is that, a point and a half? Yeah, about a point and a half up on the VIX, which should cause the markets to go down. Markets are down for this morning as anywhere from 0.03 to 0.57, depending on what you're looking at. The Nikkei was down last night 1.12%. Hang Seng down 0.52, and the Nifty 50 up 0.15. So we may be seeing a little bit of a red day in the markets today. The Mag 7, all 7 are red this morning. Financial institutions, any institution plus or minus 2.5% or more of a change is going to get a shout out. Coinbase is up 2.68% in the pre-market. That looks to be the only one that I'm going to be reading out to you guys. Gold is up in the pre-market 0.28 and trending up. Silver is up 0.09 and trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 1.09 and trending. Let me put this on a 1 hour or 1 minute. Down. The US dollar is up 0.28. And currently appears to be trending down. Oil in the pre-market is down 0.4. Not really. It's traded 9 shares so far, so not really good enough. It is down, but it's trending down. SPY is down 0.3, trading down in the pre-market this morning. Tesla is down 1.32%, gap down, and then continued to trend down so far this morning. Amazon is down 0.36, trending down. Cinemark has not yet traded. Doge is down 0.9 and is, let's see here. It is currently trending down. Bitcoin down 0.75 and trending down. I'm going to take a look at Bitcoin on a larger time scale here for just a second. I'm going to put on a 4-hour time interval here. I had mentioned to you, I think it was right around back here last week, I said Bitcoin had basically until right about noon on the 24th to break above this cloud before the clouds started becoming thicker, and usually price does not like to break through thick portions of cloud. When it does break through thick portions of cloud, it is extremely bullish. In this particular case right now, you can see that the deadline hit for price to move through this and never did. And then as the thickening portion of the cloud started to hit, you can see here that, let me get rid of this. Well, I can't really get rid of it. You can see if I draw this line here, this level of resistance here was broken, and almost immediately price started to take off and then started to just not make it through the rest of the way. I would have suggested that price would have needed to hit 68.3 a coin in order for this to break through and can have a continuation upwards. It still has not even exited the cloud yet here. The lagging line is all over price line, conversions above base. In order for Bitcoin to see more high, or to break through this cloud and have a continuation upwards, it needs to break 68.3. Otherwise, it's going to just retest off of this cloud here until newer lows. It did form a little bit of a green cloud already, which means at some point between here and here, I would expect price to break above the red cloud. But it may be at a much lower price than what it was previously. or what it could have been had it broken through on the front side. GME is up 2.37% in the pre-market this morning and trending up. HYMC is not yet traded. NCMI is up 3.73%, trading 60 shares and trending, gapping up this morning. Hood is up 0.33 and is very slightly trending upwards. AMC is down 0.25 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow on Friday. We had approximately $1.3 million more inflow than outflow. 15,000 shares traded this morning. This is looking like a large trading day today, as we've got 15,000 shares already with 10 minutes to go before the pokey stick. This is looking more decent. Normally we've been seeing less than 5,000 shares by this time in the morning. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.76, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.58, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.66, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 40.95, which is below average. And with that... Oh, wait. Not done yet. Ichimoto. On 1-hour time interval, lagging line is below price line. Conversion is below base. In order for us to break the cloud for the day today and to get the lagging line above price line, we're going to have to see price hitting at least $4.30 before the day is over. That's 5 cents lower than what we needed to hit last week. 4.30 is the magic number. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line's below price line, conversion's below base. We have to hit above the cloud in order to see some additional buying pressure. 455, that's what our value was last week. No change. So we need to see in order to get some short-term investors to come in and pump price, we're going to need to see 430 and 455. There are some TD9s that have been printing on the way down here. And that's all I got for you guys. Yes. Yes, we can trust. Nibak is saying, can we trust Ortex? Yes. So it doesn't mean it's all of the data. And I've had that question actually asked quite a few times. I'll say this. Polling elections have been decided on far less amounts of data to decide winners of elections than what Ortex is giving you. So in regards to throwing out data because it may be incomplete or missing, it still gives you a really good picture, a big picture of a lot of what's happening. It may not give you the whole picture, but it's way better than in statistics. It's important to have data than no data. And so it's very, very vital. And yes, I would trust it. These are industry numbers that everybody sees. Now, some are seeing more data than we are, but without me spending a crap ton of money on the software that's needed for tracking all the rest of the numbers, I'm not willing to spend, $10K or something like that a year. So I spend money on it, but I'm not spending $10K. That's way too much money. So I'm not going to do that, unfortunately. I think actually it might be a little bit more than $10K. All right, let me head over to the back of the big tramp. I can tell you guys right now, I'm pretty sure these lights are not going to last. They smell weird. I can smell like an ozone smell. It's weird. Brian says something about maybe if they were flashing lights. So I can do flashing effects, but I found that there were certain noise levels that were created based off of the different effects that I was using on the lights. The worst one was flashing. Apex says, "Congrats, Casey! 2 weeks in a row, right?" I don't. Apex, to be honest with you, I don't even know if I'm not sure if I even track it for myself. I don't even know if I really. Maybe it is. Maybe it is 2 weeks in a row. I don't think it is. I think Twisty had the week prior, or somebody else had it. I think maybe it was TB. I think TB had like 2 weeks in a row. Yeah. Now I'm curious. I can't remember. Bloomberg terminals. How much are they? Let me see. Oh yeah, I was wrong. 20 to 25K a year. Pass. I'm not paying that much money for it. We got about 4 more minutes before the pokey stick of volume. Let me tell you about the battle to be heard. I was trying to think of ways that we could potentially have our voices be heard without doing something outrageous. Because a lot of people have talked about like doing like protests and like we've had people who've put up banners and flown. They put up billboard signs. They've put up billboards on moving vehicles, flying banners in the sky. All those things have all been fights to be heard. We fight every single day in just getting space calls up, and now some people aren't seeing our space calls anymore, and so we're kind of losing this battle to be heard. And Corey Jones says, "Go ahead and pick up that Bloomberg terminal, buddy. I'm sure it's tax deductible." Yeah, 20 to 25K a year. Yeah, sure. I mean, why not? So what about the battle to be heard? What can I do? So I feel like there's this movement of individuals who are doing podcasts and getting actors, actresses, or whatever to come in and talk. There seems to be a charity of individuals who are willing to put out their time for other people. And so I had this weird idea. I was like, I feel like we haven't seen. There's like a ton of orders going through right now. What is this, our pokey stick? What is going? There's a ton of orders that just went through the time and sales. 37,000 shares. Yeah, it has to be our pokey stick. 37,000 shares showing up there. 21,000 shares in our pokey stick. We actually have low volume today. We had more volume in our trades and less volume going through our pokey stick. Pokey stick was only 21,000 shares, so we had in total 37,000 shares go through. So we're still going to have a low volume day today. 5 to 25 million shares traded. My thought process on this whole thing about the fight to be heard is let's I feel like it would be in the best interest of actors and actresses, and I guess I don't know if it's PC or not to say it like that, but to support movie theaters. It would be in their best interests, and so I think it's time to elicit their help in this fight for making sure that people hear what's happening, because I think the average general person just doesn't know. And what I also think is that the average general person tends to listen or hear what it is that movie actors are saying. They follow them. They listen to what it is that they're doing, and they hear what they're saying. So I think what I'm looking to do is potentially try to elicit actors or actresses to come on to this live stream and interview them. I want to do a segment that's called maybe something like The Underdog. And I want them to kind of just talk about a time in their life where they struggled with something that was really, really difficult. Maybe on their road to fame or success. I want them to talk about that road that was traveled, and how the difficult things that they had to experience or overcome in order to find the success that they had or have. And so that's kind of where I'm going with this. It's just kind of a brainstorming idea right now. You guys can help me with it if you want to. Ultimately, I'm definitely going to need your guys' help in getting people to come and talk. But the idea here behind this is I want them to tell us about their story, their underdog story, and then I want to kind of relate that to what's going on in the movie theater. And I want to talk to them about what they know, see what they know or what they hear about movie theaters, and how they may or may not be struggling, or if they're doing really well. I want to see what their perspective is on everything, because I think, again, like I said, I think there's a lot of people out there that just don't understand or know what's happening. Does that high frequency light have a volume switch, Casey? No. So you can tell there's like less volume on my microphone. Is that what you're saying? All right, we'll just get rid of the lights. It's not like I spent an arm and a leg on them. I don't know if that's going to help or not. I just turned them off, see if that makes a difference. I'm not going to change anything other than turning off the lights. I think part of it is that I've got the lights on covering the microphone so that, obviously so you could see them. That could be part of the issue. Frank says, are you willing to become a Scientologist? No. Apex says, no, I could hear the light humming. It's gone now. Yeah, it was definitely, trust me. I was doing testing last night to see how much feedback there was. Here, let's listen to the difference. So I'm showing like just slightly higher than like negative 55 on the decibel chart here with them off. Here we go. So off, I'll turn them off and then on, and you can hear the difference. It's very minuscule. Here's off. Yeah, so I agree, Apex. There's something going on with these lights for sure. I had them, like I said, I was doing some testing with them yesterday, and I felt weird after, like, they smelled funny. And in general, it just, I don't know if I like it. Weave them into your beard. Right? Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I'm gonna go down this. I'm gonna go down this road to this this thought process of potentially interviewing people, actors and actresses, to find out, like see if anybody's willing to come and meet. What I'm going to be doing in order, I think one of the first steps that I'm going to do is I'm probably going to reach out to them via Twitter. I don't know how successful that's going to be, but when I do that, I'm going to ask or elicit for you guys to help out with that, because I think the more people who stand behind or push and like an idea, the more likely it is that we'll be able to get participation. So I'm going to elicit your help. I don't do it very often, but I'm going to in this particular case because I think this is a battle that needs to be fought. I think it's an important battle, and I think people need to, I think especially right now, people need to hear what's going on.
Good morning, Casey.
Good morning, Stockwiz. How are you doing today?
I barely have a voice, so I have a cold. I'm sorry.
You
don't hear
sound
me loud and clear.
you
What?
sound
What?
you,
Huh?
you sound perfect today. You don't even sound sick.
Wait until you hear me coughing.
Oh
Oh
well.
my God. It's quite horrible. Why don't you reach out to AA, because he's in contact with Hollywood? He could reach out to
So
all the stars.
yeah, I get that. I understand where you're going with that. The problem is that he's not going to
Help you.
damage that relationship with investors. I don't think he's going to act on
I'm sure
our
you
part.
thought about that.
Yeah, I would like to. It would be nice if we could elicit his help. I mean, maybe eventually he can even be a part of the conversation or the interviews. I don't know, but I think that would actually be a better idea, is interviewing him to find out his. At some point, maybe we can get him or bring him in to talk about a struggle that he's gone through in his life and how he overcame it and how he sees that in relationship to AMC. And so we could, maybe if we get enough people under our belt, he'll see that and recognize that we're trying to do something good, to spread the message about AMC and the fight that they're having against people who are trying to force the company into bankrupt the company, and I think that's kind of the general idea here.
Good idea.
Yeah. So, son of a gun, I almost forgot. I need one more thing. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page here for just a second. We were in the middle of doing a poll last week. We were doing I gotta spit it out here. Hold on a second. We were doing a bracket to find out which sci-fi movie was the best movie other than the top 10 movies of all time. And then we were running with that and trying to do this kind of bracket, in honor of March Madness. We're doing this bracket down here where we're pitting them up against each other so that we can get a final winner. So I need to put up a poll this morning real quick here and continue where we left off. Let me get this going here real quick. Hold on one second. Also, I have inclement weather here where I'm at today, guys, and so I don't know if I don't know how or if that's going to affect my internet at all. But if it does, it could shut me down. We'll just make the best of it. Try and see if we can't.
Is a storm in your area or what?
Yep. Yeah, we're getting some good weather.
One thing I never understood with America is why why is there, their cable system and the power system all above land? Why is
It's
that?
not. It's not.
Like,
It's not.
why is there such an easy power outage when there's a storm or there's a? It's not even how should I say? Not even a twist or a twister or a big storm, and they have immediate power problems. Why is that?
A lot of it. So some of the big items like transformers and substations that they have to have all over the place. Those are the things that really kind of get impacted by the storms, and those have to be above ground. I mean, they're too big. They're too big, I think, to be putting underground, especially in areas where you have like water tables that are the water tables, I guess, like 6 feet under the ground, so you can't be putting in electricity down underground. So there's that problem, right? It just kind of, I guess, it really depends on the area, but some areas, because you were saying our cables are above ground, and I feel like most places that I've lived
I mean, like,
are.
if you look at if you look at the traffic lights, and then you see all those wires and cables, and go like those poles at the side. I'm just thinking it's all above ground.
So again, it depends on where you're at in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of
Which
places
state?
don't have that. Yeah, some states don't. It depends on if the infrastructure in the state's old or if it's new. A lot of the newer infrastructure is underground. So I guess it really depends on where you're at, because it's not always true.
Mm-hmm.
The other part is you got to remember too, like weather does make a difference on what you can and cannot put below ground. So there are reasons why
What do you
some of
mean
it.
by that?
Some of it makes it very, very difficult for them to be able to get. I don't know. I don't know. So I know, like here in Texas, we have areas that are really hard to dig into. We have
Okay.
limestone. We have limestone that's underground, and so
The the
they can't dig
the
real
ground
deep.
is the surface is not good.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Or
For
yeah,
for that to do it.
right. And Living 3D says floodplains is another reason too. Yeah, that's another really big reason why you wouldn't want to put everything underground. Flooding. It really kind of depends. Some places it's different. It's different wherever you go. So if you've been to the U.S. and you've been to an area where you didn't see anything below
I
ground, then that's likely due to the fact that there's environmental conditions that prevent that from happening.
I've been to the U.S. since I was a little boy, so more than 30 years I'm going. But mostly
Are you in the
I went
north?
all over the place. I'm 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 Stockholm. I'm in Belgium. I'm Europe, right?
But when you've been in the U.S., where have you gone?
Hmm.
What major U.S.
Mostly
cities?
was Florida.
Because
Like,
you don't see it above ground in U.S. cities, right? Like it's all underground.
Kissimmee, Florida. I've been in Brandon, Florida, Miami. I've been in Texas. I've been in, yeah, Houston, Dallas, California.
Yeah, I think
Hmm.
in major cities you're not going to see electrical
Uh-huh.
anything above ground. It's all under.
Like the whole, like New York, for example, is everything underground, you think? Mm-hmm. For sure. That's where I have not seen it above ground. Now that you're saying that.
Yeah, I think most U.S. major cities. Now, once you start
Mm-hmm.
getting into the outskirts or you're in the suburbs of the
Mm-hmm.
major cities, sometimes then you have above ground. But it kind of just depends on the location, I guess. Like where I'm living at right now, some of it's underground and some of it's above ground. It just kind of depends.
I remember one time I went to we were going I was going on that basketball trip, and we were like doing 10 states in 7 days, and I think that was we were driving through Indiana, and there's one part that's very old. I think it's Amish County,
Amish.
and I was like, Amish or
Yeah, it's
Amish, Amish.
yeah.
Ah, apologize. Yeah, I was like, I never, I saw them on TV, those people, but I never, you know, and I was like, oh my God, what is that?
Oh, you saw
Like, are
a
we in the
horse and
30s?
buggy?
Yeah, I was like, what is going on? We are driving a car. I was like, I was shocked,
Yeah.
you know. Oh my God. Yeah, it's their religion, right?
Yeah, I mean it is.
That's how they live.
Yep. But I've always found it to
Crazy.
be kind of interesting because they do make electric fireplaces. So
Yeah,
I don't understand like
it's kind
what's
of contradictionary.
yeah, it's
Mm-hmm.
very very I don't know. I mean it's more of it's a by choice kind of thing I think, but I don't know.
Oh my God, that is some serious coughing. I've used everything. Syrup, puffer. Oh my God.
Honey?
Honey, not yet. Yeah, they're saying I have to use what is it? Hot tea and honey.
Yeah. That's what they say.
But I'm gonna go see the doctor this afternoon. So.
There's always that too.
Oh.
Man,
No.
I was thinking I was going to be able to make it through the day with these lights, but to be honest with you guys, like the smell is
No
so
lights.
bad. I don't think I want these lights on here anymore. The ozone smell from
You
them
just gotta
it's not right. There's something wrong with it.
just put your night vision on, so you see in the dark.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take these down on my first break here. Well, that was fun. The kids will enjoy. Or actually, Melissa said she wanted to put these on the. Maybe I'll surprise her and put them up over on the mantelpiece. Hold on a second here.
How is your volume prediction for the day looking? You're not in numbers yet.
5 to 25 million is the highest I can predict because we only had like 37,000 shares in volume, so it's looking like a pretty low volume day today.
Is it? And is it a 4-day trading session
It
this week?
is.
Or
Yes, yes. Good Friday
which day is off?
Friday.
Easter. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Good Friday.
Good Friday. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Not a lot happening in the market.
Well, so it was interesting. I was kind of like, I guess I was turning on some social media news last night. It's so weird to say it like that. But some people were talking about how trading on the Nikkei was extremely
Volatile.
light. They were saying
Okay.
that it was trading like it was still the weekend or something. So yeah, I don't know what that's all about.
It's something with those treasury bonds and the U.S. dollar and the yen. Something strange is going on there.
When there's something strange. Let me see here.
When is Janet Yellen her deadline to refinance? What is it? 5.5 trillion to find buyers of U.S. debt. When is that due?
I'm not sure what the date is on that. It's coming up though. I wanted to share with you guys the BTFP.
That woman has to be in a lot of stress.
Yeah, you would think.
At her age, she might, at her age, she has to be careful. She doesn't get a heart attack, God forbid.
I think this is it right here. Yeah. All right, so check this out.
Wait. I'm going to have to go to the computer.
So this is the BTFP right here. And in March of 2023, the amount of money that was being loaned out was increasing from basically March 8th to April 5th. The BTFP had about $79,000 in newly loaned positions that were created. You can see the BTFP is already starting to head down here, but it's only dropped in the first week of reporting. It's dropped from 167.4 billion to 150.1, so about a 17 billion drop. That's a long ways off from what needs to be recovered, and but that's just in the first week of reporting here. So I'm really kind of curious if this is going to continue to drop, or if it's not going to, are the banks going to be able to return the money or not? And so I'm waiting to see. This gets reported every Wednesday. So Wednesday we'll have the numbers and we'll find out how much more this has dropped by. It'll be interesting to see. I'm kind of anxiously watching this to see where it's going to head. I have a feeling after the first 4 weeks we won't have 75 billion returned.
How much billion is in there left?
150.
It was in the trillions, right?
No. Yeah. No. It was only 150. Wait. I just told you. Hold on. I closed out the tab.
It wasn't. Sorry.
It was 164 billion. Oh wait, is that right? Yeah, that's right. I think that's right. Millions, billion. Yeah, it was 164 billion. Was the height. Now it's down to 150.1. So 14 billion has been returned over the first week since the program ended. The first week in reporting since actually, is that right? Yeah, March 20th.
The lending program. Mm-hmm. They shut it down, right?
Yeah, March 20th was the first reported date. I think it would have shut down somewhere really close to around the 13th. So the first week reporting would have been the 20th after the 13th. So then the 27th of this week will be the second week of reporting since it's been shut down. We got about 7 more votes here before we move on to the next vote. So far, Starship Troopers and Fifth Element are in the lead. Remember, just pick. Even though some of these votes are only going through for, just pick your most favorite. So you should just keep it real simple. Just make sure you pick your favorite one out of the 4. It doesn't matter which one it is. Darren, good morning to you. There was a lot of big news over the weekend. A lot of people were talking about AMC meeting with its debtors.
For the debt, yeah.
For the debt. Mm-hmm. And there was a lot of, I don't know, I feel like there was a lot of...
FUD.
Yeah, there's a lot of FUD that was created from that over the week. This is exactly what we've been wanting to see as a renegotiation of debt.
And When is the agreement yet out, or are they still negotiating?
Well, actually, we don't even know what's been said. We have no knowledge of anything in regards to what was
You're
being
gonna have
said,
to do a filing.
who was a part of the meeting or anything like that at all. So we really don't know anything. But the media sure, jumped on it and turned it into a big old FUD haymaker. And this is why I talk about like the battle to be heard. We're always, we don't have the power of the media, so the media is the one that gets to start the rumors. But this is what we've been waiting for a long time. Is we've been wanting to see AMC renegotiate their debt, and
Crucial.
yeah. So hopefully, Adam Aaron can get something really a sweet deal. All right, guys. I know I'm about 5 minutes away here, but I'm gonna pack it up a little bit early this morning. I'm gonna go. I got some stuff I gotta go take care of. So I'll see you guys back here at 8:15. Let me put up the message real quick here on the screen for you guys. Stockways, I hope you feel better.
We'll see. The only thing I hope is I don't have pneumonia.
Yeah, man. Are your lungs good?
I don't know. I haven't listened to them. I don't have such a tool.
Well,
The doctor will tell me.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom says take your blood pressure medicine. I take it at night, so I'm good. All right, you guys. Let me get out of here.
I'm not on blood pressure medication. So that's not. I think my immune system is low. That's why I got. I had trapped something because a couple of weeks ago my colleague was very sick. They should stay home when they're sick, but it's fine. It's only a stupid cough. My sister is in worse condition, so that's nothing compared to the other things.
Yeah.
I'll be fine. She's recovering, so that's good.
Yeah, well, definitely get out to see the doctor because that hopefully they can get you something.
I have an appointment in a couple of hours. I'll be fine.
And then CPR is thrown in. Vitamin C.
Can I ask you one more thing?
Yeah,
before
sure.
You go?
Uh-huh.
I see on your stream you have the order book, and then you have the time and what is it? I can't read.
Time and sales.
And it says OTC, so we're traded over the counter.
Mm-hmm.
Was that always the case?
In the pre-market, I would assume so.
So
I mean,
they
the
trade
market,
us
the
over
market,
counter
the
in
market's not
pre-market.
open. The market's not open right now, so it's got. I mean, it's.
And then they're allowed to trade over the counter.
Well, I mean, it kind of has to. I mean, the market's not open, so.
Yeah, they can't. So they trade like everything in pre-market is over the counter.
And aftermarket hours. I mean, it's either gonna say OTC or it's gonna say something else, but it's not gonna be on the lit exchange for sure.
But yeah, of course, because it's not open.
Right.
But I always assumed in over the counter, that's where they do the more fuckery. Sorry,
Well,
pardon my language.
The biggest price moves that we ever see is always in the
Aftermarket.
Is in the aftermarket hours. Yep, or pre-market.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it is definitely, and also because the circuit breakers don't get tripped during those periods of time. I think it's really kind of interesting.
Correct.
I've had a lot of people who have come in and said like, oh, the price will never move by X amount of dollars because of circuit breakers,
course.
and it's like I said there, like you seem to forget circuit breakers aren't on all the time. So, but that's just because
wait till the MOAS begins. It will start either pre-market or aftermarket.
Yep.
We might see a movement during the day and then be like, wow, see it jumping with 5,000%, 10,000%, 50,000%, whatever.
I mean, it can still
Like
jump in the middle of the day by quite a bit.
$1,000 in seconds,
Even
up and down.
even with pauses throughout the day, it can still move pretty decently.
So for all the people on medication, blood pressure medication, get your blood pressure medication ready when the MOAS begins. Yeah. It'll be something crazy.
Let me end this. I'm gonna end this poll and put up the
Like-
next one real quick here.
Like all the non-believers will be shocked. Like what?
Let's see here. So we got. Looks like the two winners are Fifth Element and Starship Troopers.
One thing, a while back when with Pirate we were talking about Nvidia. You remember?
Mhm.
And I was looking up some things, some funds that I have in the personal portfolio. And in all of the positions is Nvidia is top. They're doing all those big positions. I was like shocked. I was like, I'll better call when the MOAS begins, for them to readjust.
I mean, look, we know it's over. We know that there's way more value in it right now than there should be. So the idea that there's going to be money pulled out of it eventually is just a question of when.
Same with Bitcoin. Bitcoin might go up. Like a lot of people are saying 100,000. Even are saying 1 million. This is crazy. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I suggest I think it's gonna dip 50%. The coin, like 20 to 25,000.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I've got my theories on where it may be heading towards, but
Like where will they get the money from? They have. And one thing I don't like, a lot are saying, and that's true, they can't even start the cover, right? So let's talk about it later because you have to go on break, right?
yeah, I gotta get out of here. All right, I gotta go.
Yep, go.
I'll see you later.
But later, bye.
I think I'm gonna go back to some older music that I used to play for you guys. Maybe not. Maybe not. Hold on one second. Let's do this. See you guys in a bit. send some pictures. I don't know. I was just making a joke.
Hey, you're currently listening to 92 Elm on Upbeat. This is one of hundreds of tracks that you can access and download when you upgrade to Upbeat Premium.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Windows roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the grit and grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. MC ticker, keys on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all inside. All ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
All right, guys, that's it. That's one of the new songs. Splinter says, this is badass. I know, right? I thought that was pretty cool, too. Novocaine set that up for me. It's an AI-generated song, and I thought that was pretty dang cool. I think I'll start playing that for, like, my intro coming back in from breaks or something, because it's, you know, quick little fast song. How long is that? It's like a minute 34. It's kind of cool. I like it. I think it's pretty sweet. Anyways, I'm trying to look and see where I think price prediction is going to be moving to, or where price is going to be moving to today, so I can make a prediction. Kind of looking at this right now, there's not really a clear pattern set up currently that just kind of like jumps out to me. What I will say is that over this period of time in here that I've got this kind of pattern that was set up here, we did get a breakout to the bottom side right towards the very end near the tip here, like it usually is, and I kind of thought we might see a breakout to the upside since we were seeing falling volume during that period of time and falling price. Usually that's bullish when you get a breakout to the top side, so it's kind of unusual to see it breaking this direction, and I'm trying to figure out where price is going to move today. In the pre-market this morning so far, we're up 0.49 or 2 cents up at 410 compared to last Friday's closing price. For those of you who are just joining in this morning, Max Payne for this week did drop to $4. What does that mean? A very good chance that we're going to be dipping underneath $4 at some point. So if that's the case, more than likely we're going to be moving down with the market for the day today. The VIX is showing an increase open for this morning, which means the market should be down this morning. I think I'm going to target like a 401 close today. Which means that I'm going to do, let's see here, 361 to 441. Apex is going 432. He's going 392 to 472. That's the same prediction he had last week. Twisty is going with, let's see here. We got Twisty coming in. He's going with a 420, 380 to 460. And TB is coming in with a 372 to 452. which means that I've got the low end of the totem pole today. I'm the low man predictor at 361 to 441. Then we've got TB at 372 to 452. Then we've got Twisty at 380 to 460. And then Apex at 392 to 472. The only people eligible for price predictions for the day today, actually, I think every single one of us are. Let me make sure. Yeah. We all have unique price predictions by more than 10 cents spread between us. Is that right? Yeah. 72. Oh, no. I take that back. Sorry. I just realized TB and Twisty are overlapping by 8 pennies, or overlapping by 2 pennies. So Twisty and TB would not be eligible for price prediction points today, bonus points. Apex, who's got the top end, and I with the bottom end are eligible. Jesse, sounds good, man. We'll do. Got just a couple more minutes here before we get this day started. I wanted to roll over to VIX real quick here and just take a look at it. Here's VIX on a 1 hour time interval. Definitely broke down below this level of support here. When was this? This was all last week. So interestingly, I think the futures on the VIX here are showing somewhere the VIX should be running around 1450, which is going to be kind of like up in this range right in here. So, which means it's going to cross all these levels of what I would call resistance now. I've got like 3 different levels of resistance here that it's going to just basically like leap past. And so we could start seeing the VIX starting to rise pretty quickly. Let me look at the US dollar. 104 was a significant jump number. We are approaching very quickly the 4/9 date that I've got listed here, and for potential break on, I think it was the daily chart. Yeah, the daily chart of the U.S. dollar. Definitely right on the hairy edge of breaking to the top side here. We might see a little bit of a pushback down here to 102. Maybe one more time, or maybe it breaks. Maybe the U.S. dollar breaks above this level of resistance, and if it does, I mean, it could certainly start taking off a week or so earlier than I'm anticipating. And it's right at that top end right now. It's really close. If this starts running, I would expect the VIX to start running too. I'll be watching for VIX to see if it breaks 16. Alrighty, guys. It's time to get this day started. I will see you on the other side of market open.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then. You sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Strange time we're living in, panic and hysteria. Poor man learn, the rich man don't care for your narcissist mindset spread like malaria. Sit back and watch the show. America, Britain split through fickle shit. A government of hypocrites. These counterfeit politicians sit in parliament, not adequate. Come on. Needlessly bleeding, resources all dry. Turn a blind eye if it means a pay rise. Oh, what a shame it would be, I would die if number 10 Downing Street burned in a fire. Only joking, only messing, don't be stressing. I'm a peaceful adolescent, there's no need to be unpleasant. Write my thesis in a rhyme scheme to analyze the brain while my fingers on the trigger of a money game. Oh, rain, 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 a storm it comes our way. And no surprise to distorted lies, poison in the veins, but we die upon the blame, 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 blame. It's easier to blame, but point the mirror at ourselves. We're all part of this whole money game. This old money game. This old money is a game and the ladder we climb turns a saint into a sinner with his finger in crime. I'll break it down for you motherfuckers line by line. This is business economics in a nursery rhyme. She sells seashells on a seashore, but the value of these shells will fall due to the laws of supply and demand. No one wants to buy shells because there's loads on the sand. Step one, you must create a sense of scarcity. Shells will sell much better if the people think they're rare, you see. Bear with me, take as many shells as you can find and hide them on an island. Stockpile them high until they're rarer than a diamond. Step two, gotta make the people think that they want them, really fucking want them. Hit them like Bronson. Influencers, product placement, featured primetime entertainment. If you haven't got a shell, then you're just a fucking waste man. Three, it's monopoly. Invest inside some property. Start a corporation, make a logo, do it properly. Shells must sell, that will be your new philosophy. Swallow all your morals, they're a poor man's quality. Four, expand, expand, expand. Clear forest, make land, fresh blood on hands. Five, why just shells? Why limit yourself? She sells seashells, sell oil as well. Six, guns, sell stock, sell diamonds, sell rock, sell water to a fish, sell the time to a clock. Seven, press on the gas, take your foot off the brakes, then run to be the president of the United States. Eight, big smile, make big wave, that's great. Now the truth is overrated, tell lies out the gate. Nine, polarize the people, controversy is the game. It don't matter if they hate you, if they all say your name. 10, the world is yours. Step out on the stage to a round of applause. You're a liar, cheat, a devil, a whore, and you sell seashells on the seashore. Rain, 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 a storm it comes our way. And no surprise to distorted lies, poison in the veins, but we die upon the blame, 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 blame. It's easier to blame, but point the mirror at ourselves. We're all part of this whole money game. This old money game. This old.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. I've got to play this for you. Novocaine, one of our viewers on this channel here, he went to AI and said, "Hey, look, make me some songs." He put in some parameters and outspit two songs. He got two different versions of this song that he put in based off of these parameters, and he posted them up in the back of the Discord. And Pirate pointed them out to me, and I was like, "Holy crap!" One of them's kind of meh. The second one, I'm gonna start playing it every day when I come back from a break or something like that, because I just like it so much. You know, it's like, hey, yeah, I'll make you guys sit through a minute and a minute 34 of it. Check this out. This is really, really good. I like this. This is sweet stuff. Listen, this is why I think, you know, This is, I don't know. I think this is cool. I think it's really cool. Check it out.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a fan for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking MC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Windows roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the gritty grind. That's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. MC ticker, keys on rolling, stock shots and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all inside. Oh, ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Dead in bed, living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
I think that's so cool. I heard that. I was like, damn, that is sweet. So, I think that's awesome. Anyways, I got to talk about the title for the day today. And also, if you came earlier this morning, you got to see lights wrapped around my microphone. They're off. I took them off. They're not good for me. I can already tell you right now, my throat was starting to close. And that was only like 2 hours of sitting in front of them. There's something wrong with those lights, and they were creating a little bit of a feedback buzz that you could hear. I don't know what it was with those lights, but they're gone. I got them up on the mantle place now, and we'll have to figure something else out for lighting, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's just, I don't know, man. I'm not bells and whistles and froofy stuff around here. Sorry, but that's just not who I am, and maybe it's better that way. I want to talk about the title for the day today, The Battle to Be Heard. What I think is important about this is that I feel that it's time to step up our game a little bit here. I feel like we're being crushed in regards to our voices. Our voices are being crushed right now. I don't see as many people holding space calls. I think that there's every time we see like a little bit of news come up, it's always us pushing narratives for people who are against AMC because we have nothing else to talk about, and so we talk about the things that are negative. And I think I think it's a time to refocus and kind of move. Spring cleaning. That's what this is. Spring cleaning. It's time to refocus and start choosing our path. Instead of somebody telling us what we need to talk about or what we should be focused on, I think it's time for us to set the tone. And so, and I posted this on, I don't remember what day, the 24th. What was it? Yesterday. I posted this yesterday on Twitter. I said, I know a lot of you like to listen to all the views so you can be up to date on everything AMC. And I was like, fun fact, when you take what's being said and run around everywhere asking if it's the truth or a possibility, you're doing the shill's work of spreading bad information for them. Instead of panicking and openly discussing in public forums where people may not know the answer, try your DMs first. Reach out to people in the back scenes and talk to them. You know, like you don't have to like just make it an open public like I'm panic kind of mode. And because essentially what you're doing at that point is you're helping any shill create a false narrative or false fear within the community. And I've always said this. I said I still maintain that it's the best to just stop listening to people who are giving a platform to those who are spreading bad things or bad information about lies about AMC. So block them and move on. We don't need to give them that megaphone because they don't deserve it. What we need to do is we need to start projecting what it is that we see and what we're facing and talking about it and making sure that we're being heard. And so I was trying to come up with a plan about how do I do that? How do I go about making sure that we're being heard? What can I do from my standpoint? And I feel like this is my platform to speak here, and I bring all you guys here to share in that platform of having communication. I want to have a segment that I'm still kind of brainstorming this, and like you guys can help me come up with maybe a better idea, but I want to call it the underdog. And I want to bring in actors or actresses to come in, and I want them to tell a story about their story of a time in their life where they dealt with like really tough, difficult things and how they got past it to become successful and stay, and be who they are. So I'm going to reach out to, after I'm done brainstorming a little bit here and I make sure I've got everything down, all my T's crossed, my I's dotted. And I'm going to reach out to some actors and actresses and find out if they'd be willing to come on and just talk about their struggle, their underdog moment. And then we're going to relate it to AMC and what it is that we're dealing with. And we're going to talk to them about whether or not they know what's going on with AMC. The movie theaters is kind of the bread and butter of what it is or how they make their money. If the movie theaters aren't available, people just watch it at home, right? And then you don't have that social aspect of watching movies that really, and I think even Tom Cruise realizes this is that that's the reason why movies are really amazing and great, is because you can have this experience of having a social interaction with other people and enjoying a artistic moment together. Concerts aren't fun unless they're in public. Movies are better when they're in public. I know it seems better. You're like, oh, but I like it better when I can just be crawled up in my little bubble in my home. It's not the same. I promise you it's not the same. You have a totally different experience when you walk into a movie theater and everybody's jump scaring to a certain event, or they're all crying because of an emotional thing that happened. It's different. It's not the same thing as having it in your house. And if you don't know that, if you don't see it and you don't recognize that it's important that as a society, that it's important for us to have these artistic moments together, then you're missing the big picture. It's not about just holding yourself up in a house and just being in a bubble. That's not what this is about. That's not what life is. And I want us to be heard. And I think this platform of communication here that we have, that's so vital to our success, needs to be used towards making sure that we are heard by others, because people need to know what's going on here. And it's not just AMC. We know it's the whole market. And it's an important story. I think it's really important. But anyways, enough of my soapbox. Let me head over to the back of the big tramp. Anybody who wants to discuss this topic, I would love to hear what you have to say. Censored Content, good morning to you. I see you're already waiting here in the back of the big tramp. How you doing this morning, sir?
Good morning.
Top of the day to you.
Like that song, they wrote it about you, man.
What's that?
That song, they wrote that about you. The bearded stock ticker analyst.
Yeah. No. It's so Novocaine went to AI and I asked him, I sent him a DM and I said, hey, how did you, like, what parameter? Awesome. I think it was, dude, it's got me pumped up, honestly. First time I heard it, I listened to it and I was like, what other stock analyst has a beard and talks about AMC in a van? I'm like, I can't think of anybody else. I'm like, that's gotta be me. And so then I went to the website and actually pulled, because the first time I pulled it up, I didn't play it without going to the website. And so I went to the website so I could see what the actual words were. And on my second listen through, I was like, oh, this has got to be AI. I didn't know it yet because I wasn't looking at the website specifically. I was just looking at the lyrics that were in the song. And I started to realize that on my second listen through, just listening to it, I was like, this is AI generated. At first, I didn't think it was AI generated. But on the second listen through, I was like, oh, this is definitely AI. And but it's impressive. It's very, very impressive how good it is. Novocaine says he wish he had written down like all the parameters that he had put in order to get that song to pop up, but he didn't save it, so he couldn't recall off the top of his head. But I think it's really cool. Casey was too thick to immediately understand it was a song about him. I didn't think it was at first. I was like, there's no way, because I heard AMC in there, and I was struggling with some of the lyrics at first. And I heard the AMC stuff, and I heard the bearded guy and all that kind of stuff. And I was sitting there in a van, and I was sitting there going like, I can't think of any other guy that's in a van who's got a beard and he's streaming, stocks and stuff like that. I can't. I wonder who this is. I'm like, this is crazy. Who would write Nobody would write a song about me. That's ridiculous.
You know it's well written when you do struggle with a few of the lyrics, though, because it makes you want to hear it again, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And then I grabbed my guitar, and I was like, I wonder if I could do like a live version of it. And then I was like, no, I can't sing that. There's no way. I don't have that kind of voice, unfortunately. I wish I did, though. Anna, it's okay to lurk. Lurkers are okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't feel like you can't lurk.
Don't forget, we're a team and we have a plan.
That's right. What do you think? One more thing real quick here. When I do this, guys, depending upon how I go about it, this whole actor actress thing, like trying to get them to come on and talk about being the underdog, I'm going to need your help. Your voices are extremely powerful. And when I say your voice, I'm talking about your online presence. Your online presence on Twitter is absolutely powerful. Way more powerful than you can possibly imagine. I'm going to need your help to push for these interviews. The more people that we have who are saying that they want to see something happen, the more likely it is that we'll get it to go through. So, and if we can get actors and actresses to come on and talk about their struggles, and we can people will take notice, right? People will take notice and they'll say like, something's going on here. Why is it that actors and actresses are so involved in looking into this, and that they're willing to put in their time to talk here? And I think that's kind of where I'm going with this. Is I want there to be a positive narrative of pushing forward, and I want to give a positive message. Right? It doesn't just the whole underdog topic doesn't necessarily have to be all about AMC. Right? It can just be people experiencing life and the struggles that they have, and that's okay too. Like, it doesn't just have to be about AMC, but the point is that there's always a message to be heard, and that's the thing that I'm pushing for is we as a community need to be heard. And on Twitter, they're absolutely they're trying to prevent us from communicating to each other. I see space calls dying, they're not as popular as they used to be. People are suddenly finding that they're not following people that they used to follow. People are putting likes on videos that they think are really important that people need to see, and their likes are disappearing. We're being stifled, and we need to be heard. And the only way that's going to happen is if we step up and we create the narratives that push what it is that we're trying to say. We have to take that step. And if we don't take that step and move forward, then we're just going to get stuck in this rut of always just pushing out the bad information that everybody wants us to, that everybody who doesn't want to see us win wants us to talk about. And I think we'll find other actors and actresses who are willing to do this, but I don't think anybody's taken the time. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe somebody has taken the time to go out and request it, but I'm going to try. Roseanne, it says, anyone you have in mind, Casey? I do have, right off the top of the bat, I have one right in mind. Jack Black is probably one of the coolest people ever. And I think the idea that he would want to like come and talk about maybe like an underdog moment of his, boy, talk about a guy who was probably labeled as in the movie industry as being like somebody who will never be an anybody. In music, in movies, you name it. I'm sure he's been the underdog several times in his lifetime, and he just pushes through. So I'm going to start there, but I'm willing to open. I'm going to be open to suggestions. Any suggestions you guys have about who it is that you think I should talk to, or at least throw like little, feelers out to see if they'd be willing to talk. We'll go over it. We'll make a list of different actors and actresses that we think would be really good for an underdog story. Let's see here. NC Proud Dad says, "Is it because of the writers' strike?" I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Oh, you're already throwing out lists already. I can't do Halle Berry. If I do that one, Melissa's gonna be like, "You did that on purpose." I'm like, "Of course I did." I can't do Halle Berry. That's not. She's off limits. She'd probably be one of the coolest. She probably actually would be one of the people who would be willing to do it the most.
I'd ask her about that scene in Monsters Ball.
No.
That
No.
was on I'm watching a channel like a free channel, Pluto TV or whatever. And that movie was on last night, so I'm like, that scene's coming up. I'm gonna watch the next 15 minutes.
I'm writing down the names that you guys are throwing out here, and I'll put Halle Berry down, but I don't know about that.
I think Gina Carano, because she was basically discarded by mainstream media.
I got Ryan Reynolds, Keanu Reeves, Halle Berry, Mr. Bean, Gina Carano. Mike Oxlarge? He totally got me on that one.
Whoa.
Yeah, I should have said that one in my head first.
Let me hear you say, woo.
Oh boy, my Coxlord. Let's see here. The Rock. Chi-Town Turtle says, "What about Adam Aaron?" So somebody had recommended earlier or suggested earlier, I think it was Stockwiz, said, "Well, what about contacting Adam Aaron to see if he would be willing to get us in touch with some of these movie actors or actresses?" And the one thing that I think he would probably not do is sabotage any relationship that he may have with them in an attempt to try and put them into a situation where they would be obligated or feel like they may be obligated to do something like this. So I'm not going to do that. However, what would be really, really, really cool is if we can get maybe a couple different big movie stars to come in and talk with us. My hopes is that eventually we can get maybe Adam Aaron signed up for a segment where he does one and he comes in and talks about his dang, I already forgot the name, what I was using earlier. You gotta, the underdog. We get him to tell his underdog story. Hot Koch. Man, I'm putting it down. Good old Hawk. Steve-O. Zendaya. How about Tom Cruise?
You got
I know he's.
I don't know, too many A-listers.
I know he's. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of A-listers. So we unfortunately, guys, what you really need to do, and this is probably a good moment for us to refresh ourselves real quickly here on the fact that we have a B-list movie, not your top 10 movies. These aren't really B movies, but you're not your top 10 movies of all time for sci-fi. We're already into today's voting, and we've already gone through one vote so far this morning. You can see that going on to the next round, we have Starship Troopers, we have Fifth Element, we have iRobot, and The Martian are going on to the next round. So now we got to do another vote here. So let me put it up a poll. But we need to start thinking about movie actors or actresses that are probably not so A tier, simply for the fact that they might be more approachable, not because of any other reason.
Better off looking at actors that have been, like I said, Gina Carano got kicked out. You might even be able to get Roseanne Barr because of the way that she was dealt with in the industry.
I will put her down.
Or for that matter, Fran Drescher, who is, Screen Actors Guild president or whatever the hell she is. But I mean, she wasn't treated well within the system.
I'm gonna write these down here. Hold on a second. What were the names? Roseanne Barr was one. I was busy putting the poll up here. What was Roseanne Barr?
Well, Fran Drescher basically speaks for the whole group of them, and she's not too happy with the status quo.
Yep. She's also the head of the Screen Actors Guild. Mm-hmm. Jon Stewart's already been in the mix, sort of, so to speak. Well, maybe we'll get to him later. He's already had a moment. Apex says Roseanne is almost definitely perfect for this. She hates the corruption. And she's also been on Kill Tony's show, which means she either flew in to Texas or she's around the area, because I know she's done his show. So she's not unfamiliar with Austin. Mila Jovovich. So, Russell Brand, Johnny Depp, Nicole Kidman. But I want you guys to think more along the lines of not A-list tier. Maybe like knock it down. Knock it down a little bit. Think of people who you wouldn't like people that you don't really know the names of. You have to probably go look them up, but you know that they've had quite a movie presence. You've seen them in maybe a couple different movies before. You know who they are, but you can't remember the name. We gotta start small and build. It's fun to just go like, oh yeah, these really big names and everything, and I can't think of a better way to have failure. Think about your workplace, guys. When you're at your workplace and and your bosses hand you a goal, and the goal's pretty much unachievable, and they're like, you're going to get a really big bonus if you get this goal. So let's work towards that. And everybody knows that there's no way you're hitting that goal, right? Like you're more than likely going to be hitting one of those like tiered down bonuses that's below that, because there's just no way chance. So that's what I think the best way to set yourself up for success is to really kind of have like expectations that are realistic. But I'm writing these down because I think that, eventually we'll need a list of people that we can build up to for requesting. See, now I like where this is going. Now we got some good names coming out here. I'm writing. You guys are spitting them out so fast here. Holy crap. That is one hell of a name, Pirate. Milena. I'm just going to put the first and the last.
Milk wagons. Good one, Pirate.
See, Roseanne says, my question is, why haven't they spoken up? They have to know what's going on with AMC. They should be infuriated. He is ruining the movie. They are ruining the movie industry. And I think you would be surprised. I think that you would, like, while it seems obvious, and this is what I'm trying to say, Roseanne, I don't think many people know what's going on here. I mean, they know probably more about GameStop than they do AMC, and I think that not enough people have heard outside of the AMC bubble what's going on here, or even understand what's happening. And so that's why I'm trying to challenge us to try and get our story heard outside of
Seriously,
this.
why would they know?
Yeah,
Why would they know? Every time they've released a movie, it's been able to be in the theater, and AMC's been open for their movie to be in the theater.
Right.
Why would they even know?
I think you would be surprised, and you'd find out. And this is something that we can find out about, and we can acquire when we have somebody. We can ask them. We say, like, what's the deal? Do you know what's going on with AMC? And then we can start talking about it. We can use it as a moment to be able to talk about our story, and somehow have a relatable underdog story grow.
I know you're talking about actors and underdog stories or whatever, but perhaps you might want to think about a director or a producer.
Absolutely.
Well.
Absolutely.
There's been several producers that have come out and said, no, this movie was made for the theater. It's supposed to be seen in a theater. And I don't want it to be on, basically gone to video first,
Yeah.
Like, there's a market for that stuff, just like there was a market for that stuff in the 80s and 90s when we all had video stores where there was, direct-to-video movies. But there are certain movies that, need to be in a theater to be seen and appreciated properly.
Mm-hmm. And they might actually be really a lot easier to reach the directors than honestly, sometimes reaching the directors first is a great door into reaching into the actors, because a lot of times the directors have pull with actors, and
I was going to say that too, but
yeah, and so sometimes when you talk to them, if they start talking about what it is that you're talking about, and it makes its way around, then you could potentially have more connections made. What about makeup artists? Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, this is all, and I love the fact that you guys are thinking outside the box here. This is exactly what we need to do. We need to be talking about them. There's tons of people who are impacted by these, by money coming from the production of movies. And if that, you could have special effects people, you could have makeup, boom crews, you name it, across the board, sound crews, extras, stuntsmen, it could be anybody, right? Like, we don't have to stick to just actors and actresses. We can talk to tons of different people. But the idea here is to let them tell their story in exchange for relating the underdog story to AMC. And seeing what they know or what they've heard.
also all those groups like makeup people and stuntmen, they're all affected by the new technologies, like the visual effects technologies, because their jobs are becoming more and more irrelevant. Yeah, fluffers, Dynamite, that's good too.
I'm writing all these down.
No, what are we, a team? No, we're a chemical mixture that makes chaos. We're a time bomb.
Did I get Randy Quaid? Yeah, I did.
So your vote thing, I'm supposed to vote for the best movie, or what?
Yeah, just the best out of whatever you think is the best movie of the choices that are there. And it looks like we already got 50 something mods, so I will end that vote there in just a second here. So if you haven't voted yet, go ahead and place in the votes as I write down a couple more names here.
I really like Independence Day, but I'm voting for Serenity.
I mean, it's only going to be the top two.
Firefly really deserves like 10 seasons.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed when I was watching the Firefly, and I was really disappointed that because I was actually getting involved in it, not knowing what the backstory on it was. And so I was watching it and I was going like, this is really stinking good. I wonder when the next season is. And then it's like, and then I started doing some digging into it and found out that it was basically canceled. And I was like, what the hell? How in the world did this get canceled in it? And it's kind of one of those ones where it's like, it lost that battle to be heard, right? Nobody heard it. Nobody saw it. It went, and it was amazingly awesome. It was really good story writing, good acting. And it just never got heard.
Good theme music too.
Yeah, it had everything. It really had everything that you needed for a good sci-fi flick. And then I don't know, man. I was a little disappointed. Rob Schneider, that's a good one. Again, if you guys missed the lights on my microphone this morning, go back to the beginning of the live stream. I had to take them down after the very first 2 hours or hour of streaming because it was way too much. It was cool while it lasted. Yeah, I got Brendan
Nathan
Fraser
Fillion.
down.
Put Nathan Fillion down. He's Canadian. Could be approachable. And he's actually a great actor.
All right. Twisty says numbers. It's 9/11. I'm gonna stop with the names for now. I'll tell you what though. I am going to go through this list here. I'm gonna try and reach out. I mean, one thing I'm a firm believer in is that it doesn't hurt to ask, and so if I have to put out a bunch, if I have to put out a bunch of feelers to all these different people, and that's what I got to do, then I'll do it. And it just takes one or two. And after a while, if enough people hear about it, it could grow from there. But it is time for past time for numbers, and I got to end this poll. So it looks like we've got, before I move on to numbers here, I've got Independence Day winning. And Stargate. All right, let me put up the next poll and then we'll get into numbers. So in this last one for the second round here, we've got Close Encounters. I'm just going to put Close Encounters so I know you guys will know what I'm talking about, because I can't put the whole thing in there. Star Trek, and it could be in any of these that has like sequels. It's always whichever one you think is the best one. Just think of that one, because that's what we're doing here. The sphere, such a weird word. And the Time Machine. Close Encounter, Star Trek, the Sphere. Okay, cool. There we go. All right, and then we'll be down with the second round here. And as it stands right now, going into this third round, we're going to have Starship Troopers up against Contact, iRobot against The Martian, Flash Gordon against Stargate versus Independence Day, and then whatever wins the next two that win from this one, this current vote. So
what the hell, Logan's Run went out in the first round?
Let me put it back up here. Let's see. Logan's Run. Yeah, it lost to Lawnmower Man, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
Ow.
Yeah.
I wasn't there. I would have voted 32 times for that one. That's like that movie should be remade.
The four that were in that group would have been, so each one of these groups were all I did that poorly. So I think these were the first round groups. So the Logan's Run was up against Lawnmower Man, Independence Day, and Stargate, and Independence Day and Stargate won out the mix. So that's why Logan's Run, I think, got the big old X. Stargate and Independence Day beat him out.
You should do a wild card round before the end. You should do like a wild card round of the losers.
We can do that. Yeah, double elimination.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Before you go on your break, I think you're going to break, right?
No, not yet.
I put in. Oh, not yet. Okay, sorry. On the in the Discord room, I put Sound Speeds. Is a YouTuber. He's a boom operator in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
He might be somebody to reach out to.
How do you spell it?
It's just sound speeds. This is channel.
All right, I'll check it out. Sound speeds. Okay. Cool. Numbers.
Yeah, he just talks about how physically demanding the job is and everything. So he might have some stories. I don't know. He may not be knowledgeable about the struggle.
Chi-Town Turtle says, what about Jenna Jameson? All right, Chi-Town. Settle down. Price prediction tally points. For the week last week, I was the final winner for the week. There was no tiebreaker. Yeah. I love it when a plan comes together. So there was no tiebreaker on Friday since I had nailed the price prediction. Or no. Did I nail? Yeah, I nailed the price prediction earlier last week, and so I had an extra bonus point going into Friday, so there was no tiebreaker needed. So I went out the week, and then price prediction. Remember, they're not meant as financial advice. It's just four apes trying to figure out what we think price is going to be by the end of the day. And today I've got the low end of the totem pole. I got 361 to 441 for price prediction. Then TB's got 372 to 452. Twisty's got 380 to 460. And Apex has the top end at 392 to 472. The only people eligible for an extra bonus point because they have a unique price prediction, it's 10 cents away from anybody else's price prediction, is myself and Apex today. The top and the bottom end are separated enough. Short exempt volume. We had super low volume on Friday. We had 7.2 million shares traded. So we ended up only seeing about 59.4 thousand shares in short exempt volume, marked short exempt volume. Utilization did drop smidgen. It was like 69.3 or something like that to 69.26. And day-over-day price increase, we were down on Friday. The price change was down 2.86 on Friday. Max Pain, I thought for sure was going to be 450 when I opened up Max Pain this morning, and it was $4, which means that there might have been some calls that might have been closing out early at some point, enough to where we ended up seeing enough volume, I guess, on the lower end of the spectrum of price strikes to be able to knock that off, that Max Pain down to $4 from $4.50. I went forward looking to the next couple weeks, and the next 2 weeks are still $4.50, and the week after that still $5. So only this week has shown up at $4, and depending on price movement today, we may see that change again. But as it stands right now, it's $4. Taking a look at exchange traded volume this morning. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 54% going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. Currently, we got 57.44% going through off-exchange. EDGX is at 6.12. The combined total, 63.56, which is about 9.56% higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is at 700 shares. Nothing unusual there. GME CHX volume for the day today is at 5,918 shares. That's a little bit elevated, but not over the 30,000 that I need to see. That is a big number for me. According to IBKR, for the day-to-day, it shows only returned shares. We have not seen IBKR report any borrowed shares for the day-to-day. Fees are at 0.61%. Institutional ownership this morning did rise just marginally to 76.203 million shares. Let me refresh it real quick here and see if it's still the same value. It is. Taking a look at options. Actually, you know what? Hold on a second. So I'm trying to log into my account right now and seem to be experiencing some technical difficulties. Let me check something real. Oh, there we go. It looks like it may have gone through now. Okay. Don't know why that took forever, but let's take a look at these options here. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today, and you can see here that there's already been a lot of action this morning in options. So far for the day today, there's been 5,500 contracts in volume at $4.50 strike. That's quite a bit of volume. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4 strike. There's been 2,400 contracts so far for the day today. Market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $4.50 by the end of the day today. We do not see a whole bunch of volume coming in at 3.5. Taking you guys over to the other page here. Let me move a couple screens around and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Starting with Ortex. Utilization. Day-over-day utilization did drop a little bit here. We went from 69.31 to 69.26. For the most part, very negligible move there. The on-loan amount did increase to, again, a new all-time high of 53.83 million shares on loan from 53.69 million. That's a 140,000 share increase on loan shares. The estimated short share interest of the free float as a result did rise from 14.25 to 14.27, which means Ortex has estimated that about 62,000 of those shares, of that 140,000, was in new short interest. Now, with only 140,000 new shares and newly loaned shares, I wouldn't expect on-loan average age per day to be dipping any. I would expect to be rising. It is rising. It went from 35.42 to 36.25 days on average, and security lending volume did increase day over day from 2.12 million to 2.18 million. MMRI earlier this morning was at 274.55, now 274.36. Starting to break the downtrend a little bit, based on what I'm seeing right now that it was in on the bond rates. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates earlier this morning was 0.387 and is now currently 0.389. SSR trigger price for the day today is $3.67. We currently have, let me refresh this real quick here. We currently have 44.6 thousand contracts out of the money in the calls versus 4.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 18.3 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the puts versus 4.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. Let's see, 54. Yeah. It looks like earlier this morning, I wrote down 63,000 shares that are out of the, or sorry, not shares, contracts. 63,000 contracts that are out of the money this morning, and that's what we're looking at right now. I'm going to continue to write this number down so we see how much we're growing throughout the week and the amount of contracts that are out of the money. Let's see here. NASDAQ is currently down 0.09. Dow Jones is down 0.25. And the S&P 500 is down 0.14. We have 3,134 advancers to 2,150 decliners. The market's more advancing than declining, even though the indexes are currently down this morning. So we more than likely have small to mid caps that are potentially doing well for the day-to-day, and maybe a lot of the large caps that are kind of suffering. We'll find that out here in just a second when we look at the Mag 7. Our sectors performance, the only two that are green for the day today are energy and materials. The worst performing sectors for the day today are communications and technology. Of the Mag 7, 2 are green. One's teetering back and forth. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% day over day in trading. We'll get a shout out. We got Coinbase up 9.87%. Silvergate is down 9.09%. NYCB is down 3.27%. And that's about it. Gold is up 0.63 and trending up. Silver is up 0.7 and trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 1.7% and trending up. The US dollar is up 0.16 and trending down. Oil is up 0.59 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down 0.14 and trending down. SPY is down 0.12 and trending up. VIX is currently up 1.15, did gap up to 13.67, not the full amount that the futures are suggesting, and is trending down ever since that gap up at market open. VTI is down 0.06 and trending up. VB is up 0.32 but trending down. Tesla is again breaking even. It was suddenly moving up at market open and then started trending down afterwards, much similar to AMC. Amazon is up 0.79 and trending up. Cinemark is up 1.11 and consolidating after a gap up at market open. Doge is up 4.25 and is trending up. Bitcoin is up 2.77, trending up. It broke well past. Earlier this morning I was mentioning breaking past 68.6 was going to be key for this to break out to the upper side here. And you can see lagging line is now above price line. Conversion is above base, and price is starting to break well above the cloud, which is meaning that we're going to probably see a good run here on Bitcoin. I don't know where the end's going to be, but watch the 4-hour chart to retest the conversion at some point, at least twice, before seeing it break down. The future green cloud starts by the end of the month in about 4 days from now. GME is up 5.57 and trending down. Did have an early market morning run up. HYMC is up 0.46 and consolidating. NCMI is down 0.6 and trending. It's consolidating. Hood is up 2.32, trending up, and AMC is up 0.71 and trending down after initial market move up in the beginning of market open. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day today. We have about $100,000 more inflow than outflow. 2.64 million shares in volume so far traded for the day today. After 59 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace for 17.45 million shares traded. By the end of the day today, I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 5 and 25 million. This is a little bit better pace than we've been seeing lately, which is good. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure on the Vortex indicator. RSI is at 37.21, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.12. Which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.01, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.38, which is average. Ichimoto for AMC. Lagging line is below price line. Conversion is above base. Price is getting closer and closer to a potential breakout of a red cloud on a 1-hour time interval. For the day-to-day, breaking above the cloud would mean that we would have to hit 430 or higher and maintain that for at least an hour. Going into tomorrow, we could just close where we're at right now and we'll be breaking through this bad boy. So there's either going to be an attempt to try and drive price to keep it below this cloud going forward, which means we'd have to be at 401 or lower, or we're going to see price rising enough today to where in the aftermarket hours and pre-market tomorrow morning, we'll be crossing through it. Lagging line should be, even if we traded right where we're at right now, lagging line would probably be breaking through the price line mid-morning. Actually, early morning. On a 4-hour time interval, we have lagging line below price line, conversion below base, and price is, in order to break the cloud for the day-to-day, we'd need to drive up to 455 or higher. Thinning portions of this cloud start on Monday next week. Do not forget, this week we have 4 trading days today. We are off on Good Friday for Easter. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp. Yes, Joseph, I do. I'm writing down Dane Cook. Castillo says it would be cool to see AMC create their own podcast with charismatic hosts who can interview actors and others. Everyone has podcasts. Why not us? You know, that's kind of what I'm... Castillo, part of this is kind of stemming from that. I'm seeing a lot of podcast interest these days. And that's kind of where I'm taking this a little bit, because I want this to be heard by many. And I think that's part of the way that we get there, is eliciting the help of people who make the movies. So I agree. I think that would be a really swell idea on AMC's part if they were to do something like that, especially because we know that movies like to send their actors and actresses out for interviews when they're releasing movies so that they can get it talked about. What better way could you have than having a podcast where for AMC, where they can talk about the movie and do like little interviews with the different actors and actresses talking about the movie just before it's released. It's a great idea. AMC should do it.
And I'm sitting here thinking you don't already do that, because like there's a theater in Canada that does that.
I don't know that AMC does anything like that, but I mean, they should.
I mean, they don't podcast it like on YouTube or whatever, but in your pre-movie show, they've got like interviews with actors.
Yes, yeah.
Does AMC not have something like that?
I mean, they do have sometimes. I don't feel like it's always there. And it would be really cool to see those interviews like just before them. I don't know, like I'm kind of mixed on this whole idea here that we're talking about here, because I think if you talk too much about it before the movie starts, I think it could ruin, like you could have like spoilers and stuff, and so people might not like that. But you should have seen my we walked into the movie theater to go watch Ghostbusters this last week, and I don't remember what the preview was for, but suddenly I saw my wife's hands go over her ears and like plug her ears so she couldn't hear what was being said, because I know there's a movie she wants to see, and she didn't want it ruined for her, because she doesn't even like seeing the preview or the trailers, because that she feels like is enough to ruin them. Johan, good morning. Billy says, isn't it a good thing that the space calls fell off? I thought they were misguided, spreading FUD. I don't know. I rarely listen to them. At the risk of see, this is the hard thing. I've faced this, as well as I know some of the space call hosts as well, to where people suggest that if you silence anyone, then you're just trying to control the narrative, or you don't want people to be heard or whatever. And the problem is that not everybody's here for a good reason, right? Like we see it all the time. There's always bad actors that come in and try to ruin it. And unfortunately, a lot of the people who are hosting the space calls were met with this dilemma of how do I not I don't want to silence people, but I also have to maintain some kind of order. And I think they were struggling with that a long time, and it wasn't. I don't think. It's tough to deal with. I started doing space calls at one point or another. I started doing space calls because I thought it would be a really good idea to hear your guys' voices. And I immediately stopped the space calls because they got out of control really, really fast. And I didn't like that. I didn't like the fact that they got out of control as fast as they did. So that's why I have the back of the big tramp now, to where I let you guys come in here and talk in here. Because I feel like I can control things a little bit better here than I did on space calls. So, I don't know.
I think in a way you've got to look at it the same as politics, where any news, whether it's good news or bad news, as long as you're in the news, it's good news. Like, even a big flurry of bad news about AMC is going to bring AMC back into focus as far as the public view, right? Like if they said AMC was going bankrupt or going to declare bankruptcy, a lot of more people are going to look at it, even if it is false information. So, good or bad, if people are talking about something, it's good news for our situation.
Mm-hmm. It is like the more, well, I mean, yes and no. I know, like, in terms of I used to have I don't know what to call him, a mentor. I used to have a mentor that used to say, no news is good news. And so I feel like even though you are getting some kind of exposure, it's not always necessarily great to have constant negative exposure. Jana's saying the back of the big tramp is 1,000 times better than any space call. Yeah, and I don't even know why. that's the terrible part, Jana. Because if I knew what that recipe was to make it that, like, if I knew why that was the case, I would go to everybody else who was hosting space calls and I would be like, this is how you do it. This is how you control without controlling, or I would make recommendations, but I really don't even know why. Other than the fact that
I had to get an invite. I had to get an invite link to come to the Discord. Anybody on Twitter, as long as they're following somebody in a space call, they can join it and they can request to speak.
Yeah.
Usually the person that is the co-host, usually, yeah, I mean, it's more free open. It could be anybody that could come in and request to speak. But I mean, I had to get a link to the Discord from you to be in the back of Big Train. So not anybody can just come back here and start shit.
Yeah. Yeah, because then I just
Casey,
ban
I'd
them.
say it's yeah. Casey, I say it's a filtration issue. Where if you're gonna like space calls and stuff, you let one new person that you've never seen before in. It's like anything. You get it's like a what is it, DOS attack. Like too much traffic to a website is a bad thing, right? So it's like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah, I do. It's a
It's
gamble.
It's quality over quantity.
Yeah. You're taking a major gamble. In fact, that's actually some of the times that I've seen some of the interesting things is you'd have like random people who'd walk in and they'd be like, "What is this same thing?" And they're from like Nigeria or something like that. And they'd be like, "What is this thing that just happened?" It's like they're talking and you're going like, "Okay." They're obviously you're trying to have a discussion about something. They come in and they're kind of disruptive and they change the tone, the mood, or where the conversation's going, and it's just like it just ends up being like a shit show.
It was funny though. So,
I found it entertaining. I found it entertaining, but I mean, if you're trying to accomplish something, then it's not really going to help at all.
yeah, no, I get it. No, I get it.
Yeah. It's like the other day, Wolfie had a space call the other day, and I hopped into it for a little bit, and he asked me to come up and speak, and so I did, and he had and this is, I'm not trying to like discredit anybody or anything like that, but the call or the conversation was around this movie that's a potential movie that's going to be coming out here about AMC and a lot of the other stock manipulation stuff that's been happening. And the next thing I know, some dude's talking about marijuana. And he completely changed what I felt like was a good topic into we need to legalize marijuana space call and how it's good for your health. And it was just like, I was like, wait a minute, how did we go? I was trying to figure out like, how in the world did we just go from talking about this AMC movie thing, and I sent Wolfie a message, and I said, and I don't have any problem with weed. I mean, it's cool conversation, it's a cool topic, but it was taking away from what it was that he was trying to talk about, what Wolfie had intended in the space call for, or at least what I felt he had intended the space call to be about. And I was like, dude, you're getting hijacked. That's what that's what I told him. I said, you're getting hijacked right now.
That happens all the time. I honestly feel like there's people that are just paid to come in and just kind of, like you said, hijack the conversation. They might not be in there to talk about stocks at all. They just want to be in there to disrupt in any way.
I actually believe that gentleman that was talking wasn't trying to hijack it. Like, I mean, I think he was a legit, real dude kind of thing, but he's passionate about what he talks about because I think he's in the industry. I think he either works for or owns a pot shop. And so he suddenly turned a space call that was about, AMC into legalizing marijuana. And I was just kind of like, okay. Which is all right, I guess, whatever. I mean, it's not like I move on to other conversations here as well. I mean, it's not like we're not safe from that here.
Yeah, we've spoken about bread far more than AMC in the past 2 weeks. So,
which is why I understand, right? Like, I get it. Like, you can only talk for so long before you get off topic, and and you start talking about other things. But it doesn't. But there's a difference, though. There's a big difference, I think, between some of those space calls and what happens here. And I think it's just because I have good moderators. That's what I'm going with. I'm running with that.
Well, it's not. It's also not that, like, it's not that you can't run a space call for like 8 hours a day, but like I don't think that a lot of people are running 8-hour space calls a day either. So, I mean, you're here Monday through Friday. for at least 8 hours. So I mean, I think it's a little different, you know.
Well, you have to, if you're
I think
good at
like a
math, you
space
got
call.
to back out about 6 hours worth of breaks. So it's a
Yeah.
net of 2 hours a day. He's here really for like a grand total of 2 hours.
Good. Let me go through here. Funky, Tech, Stock Whiz, Pirate. Good morning.
Good morning. Speaking of hijacking, good morning. Yeah.
Good morning.
Yeah, I just think of it. I just think of here as just kind of like, you know, we're just fucking around hanging out. Whereas it's like a space call. It's kind of like, you know, people are trying to maybe put their minds together. You know, maybe they're having a space call to hang out, but I feel like the intent is a little different. We're just sitting here waiting. You know, they're maybe trying to share information. You know, or maybe have like a DD space or something. I don't know. I just see it. This is more leisure, more fun, safe place.
Yeah. Well, I think this, and I've been writing down the names as you guys are spitting them out here, and I'm going to work on this, and I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to go about doing the request, because I feel like if I just start throwing out like a crap ton of requests, like nobody's going to want to see me like tweeting out like, you know, tons of requests. I'm not sure how I'm going to go about doing this, honestly. I feel like some of these people I'm going to try and contact privately. Others maybe more publicly. I'm not sure. But I have a pretty long list here.
I think you got to make your list short, and I think you have to focus on somebody who, like, I'm saying Gina Carano, because of the way she was treated by the industry, is probably somebody who is more willing to talk about the industry. Like, she's looking to get a message out there, probably.
I don't know the story behind this. Can you enlighten me a little? I'm not sure what the story.
I was going to say, if she's in an active lawsuit, though, she probably won't.
Oh yeah, yeah. If she's, yeah, that's true. What happened? What's the story there?
Well, Disney basically got rid of her.
For what reason?
I think she said something political on Twitter, and then she got let go, and then now Elon's helping her fight a lawsuit, I think.
Yeah, that she may not end up wanting to talk, if that's the case. I just ended the poll for which movie is the best that you think there. We got Star Trek and Close Encounters are winning that round, and so we are now officially going into the last round here before moving down to the semifinals. So we'll go through this. I'm going to try and get these done today, and then we'll do the semifinals and maybe like a third runner-up the day after tomorrow. So let me get the next poll out here. So in the first round here, we're going to get Starship Troopers. Fifth Element.
One of those two is going to win overall. I guarantee it.
Oh, you're already trying to taint the poll, huh? It's getting harder now. I have to admit, this group of four right here, it's going to be really interesting. I think this is, in my opinion, this is going to be probably one of the most interesting rounds right here, is seeing which ones of these makes it to the next rounds. Because it's going to be, it's going to get to that point to where you're going to have a really tough time deciding between four really good Starship Troopers, Fifth Element, iRobot, The Martian, those are all really good movies. There's really not any bad ones. I'm just going to throw it out there, guys. The top 2 will make it on to the next round, so don't be too afraid if your top choice isn't winning. And Billy says, I would try to drive home whoever it is why that person should want to help us, like why it's in their best interest. Absolutely, Billy. I think the important thing for me is going to be to we're going to talk about their story, their underdog story, and the challenge for me as an interviewer, the big challenge for me is going to be to relate something that they're saying in their story on the fly to something that's happening with us. That's going to be my challenge. And I'm going to somehow try and wrap that up without knowing ever what it is that they're going to say. I'm somehow going to have to take from that and be like, yeah, this is your underdog story. I see how that relates. How we can relate to that underdog story. And then after you find the relationship between them, that's when you move into did you know about AMC's struggle? Or did you know about...
Well, you just got to look at previous interviews. Look at their previous interviews, and you'll know how they're going to answer certain questions.
Well, I like the idea of having a little bit of work on my part to bring it all together.
Well, I like to try to lighten your load when I can, Casey. It's one of the few things I can do that makes me feel like I do help beyond making people laugh now and then. And I would consider going forward with this, perhaps approaching their managers or whatever they're called, agents.
Yeah.
And I think, or also maybe like a casting directors, and just put it out there that you're looking for, just like you told us, you're just looking for essentially anyone who would like to speak, because I'm certain they have people under their management who are willing to give freely of their time if they think that it gives them a little bit more exposure. And they're going to be in a better position to know who that is versus the actors who demand money for their time or are just not willing to participate in anything that's beneath them. So for efficiencies, I would consider reaching out to casting agents, and probably more important, their personal agents, casting directors and personal agents, because you may just say, it's as opposed to asking for a specific actor, just ask for any actors who are willing to contribute in something for the greater good. And you might find that's a quicker path to success.
Yeah.
Kind of like casting a wider net, as opposed to you taking your time to sit down and generate, even if you use a boilerplate message and interchange the actor's or actress's name, it's still going to be laborious for you to go individually and target them just to be denied over and over again, or even if they deign to give you a response. Whereas if you reach out to their management teams or like I said, casting directors who have a long list of people, they have a Rolodex full of contacts. You may be able to, and then after, if you could secure a few interviews, you might be able to leverage that into, well, we already got Matt Damon to come on and speak. We was wondering if your guy would like to go next. But that's my modest input on it.
I'm actually going to add Matt.
Amber Heard's not too busy these days.
I'll put her down.
Just saying.
You're gonna have two likely candidates.
What better of a first candidate? No, wait, hold on, Fire. What better of a first candidate when we want to be heard than Amber Heard?
Nice, very nice. I see what you did there.
Tell me about your struggles.
I would argue.
Did you push?
You're probably going to have.
Was it easy to poop on a bed, or did it just? She's okay. I got to cross this one off. I just said I went too far.
You're gonna find either talent that has peaked and is no longer relevant, and they desire to
no,
stay
no.
in the limelight. I seen the girl from Friends.
Pooped on the bed.
Sure.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
No, you asked.
Was it hard to poop on a bed?
She did. Oh.
Yeah, was it hard to poop on a bed? I can't. I mean, my bed's kind of mattress is kind of springy, I guess. I don't know. And I don't know. I find like that would be very. Why? I'm trying to envision myself doing it. I have a hard time. I feel like it would be a struggle.
I think you would probably just poop somewhere else and then move it to the bed, perhaps like in a baggie.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like. I just feel like that was more of out of anger. And I guess like in a fit of rage, I view it would have been done like without thought.
And you wonder how one of those guys' streams can get totally distracted off the point.
Yeah, well, yeah. Frank saying, Frank, I'm following the nurse on Twitter. I'm following the nurse from that movie, from Dumb Money. I can try. I've reached out to her at least once before. I can try reaching out to her again because I would love to have her come and talk to us. Like because I feel like there's nobody else better to know our struggle than us. And she knows our struggle. She's still holding GME. And I would love to absolutely hear from her. So I'll try to reach out to her again.
Actually, now that you speak of it, maybe one of the actors who was in that GME movie.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Dumb Money. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any of the actors from it, right? One of the things that I don't know is a lot of the actors are supposed to go out and promote their film before it comes out, and I know that's like one of the best times to hit them up for interviews. The question is would they be willing to do an interview then? Am I looking for actors and actresses who don't have anything scheduled right now because they're just empty and they don't have any work? Or am I looking for somebody who's looking to promote themselves? And I'm not sure. I guess if I'm successful in getting anybody, maybe we'll base it. We'll have some data at least to be able to decide like how we should go forward on who we should be trying to contact. But it's literally going to be that. Papa Max says, I agree. It would be a challenge to get the first one. Yeah, that's going to be the ultimate goal here. That's going to be difficult, or a challenge that's going to be difficult to overcome. I think part of it is that I have to really. This is where I'm gonna need your guys' help the most. Like I feel like the only way that I'll really, really get through to somebody is if I show that there's people who are wanting to hear their story. Like it's one thing to go tell your story to just anybody, but to have an actual group of people who want to hear your story is a different thing. Like imagine, if you found out that there was a stadium full of people that wanted to hear your story, would you be willing to do that, or would you be willing to do a library full of people? The more people that there are to hear your story, the more it is that they're likely to participate. And somebody had brought up, Musical Companion brings up an interesting point here. Musical Companion is saying, I have a story. And that was brought up in the space call because I actually mentioned this to Wolfie. One of the things that I want to do is I want to intertwine the interviews of other actors and actresses or movie making individuals with our stories as well, and bringing in people from this community to come in and tell their story, I think is, like if I'm looking for that, if I want to fill a segment. And I think I'd like to do the segment like 3 times a week. I know that sounds like a lot. And if I have to, I feel like I want to do it like Monday, Wednesday, Friday kind of a thing. And have it at the same time every day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And it's just a segment where we dedicate like maybe an hour's worth of time or less. Anywhere from a half hour to 60 minutes worth of time. And it could be clipped out for the day and put into a special folder somewhere for each half hour or 45 minutes or however long it is. I would recommend nothing more than 45 minutes because usually you don't want, people can't hang out for that long. So it's going to be like 30 to 45 minutes tops. But
Casey, I had an idea for a segment where you could have anyone from live chat, even if you had to provide them with the Discord link that day, could come into the back of the Big Tramp and read, do a reading of their favorite poetry or their favorite musical lyrics. Not sing the song, but read the lyrics to the song without any music accompaniment or anything, more in the form of a reading. Everyone here has their favorite songs, their favorite music, their favorite. I shared last week that I'm a big believer in the power of poetry, but I thought that might be a way to get people to participate. There's 200 people in here, 200 days a year. Every single day, you could take a volunteer and let them come in and read something live. They don't have to be especially spontaneous speakers. They can just have it pre-written. And it'd be nice to get to hear people's voices and let them stand in the spotlight a little bit.
Yeah.
Just an idea.
Yeah, I think
Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays.
And it needs to be like a segment of time that's dedicated to it, so everybody knows it's always going to be this time, this day.
Yeah, we keep things childish around here. We could call it story time, like you have in kindergarten when they have everybody sits around, teacher has story time. So
oh man,
maybe you could have a story time. Where,
I used to do that at work all the time.
One random person from chat comes in once a day for 15 minutes and gets the microphone to tell a story or read some poetry or read the lyrics from their favorite song.
Like
an open mic night.
My favorite thing to do at work used to be Story 30. Because I mean, everybody's always cramming at the end of the day to kind of get everything done that they need to get done. But no, and then sometimes there's that like free moment that you've got before, all hell breaks loose and you leave for the day or something like that. And it's that like 30 minutes of time where like, you just kind of need to break up the day with like an interesting story. And so I used to always do that with my coworkers where I would be like, okay, it's Story 30. Because there like be like dead silence and everybody's just like real quiet, and sometimes you just have to be the person to tell a story, and then everybody else chips in usually, and so yeah, it could be story time, colon the underdog, right, and you tell your underdog story.
Yeah, I just think the concept of letting people speak. Like I said, even if I don't know, you'd have to figure out how long, whether you do 4 hours or 4 minutes, but just have random people come in and kind of, like I said, like variety hour where they can do whatever they feel comfortable with, but give everybody an opportunity to put a human voice behind the names. I mean, there's people that have been in here for years that have never spoken so much as never come back here to so much as say "fuck you, pirate." And I just think it would be cool if we could get more random people to pop in and out, so that we could enhance our little sense of community.
Yeah,
I don't know. I like the concept.
Yeah, Wolfie, I was just telling the story earlier about the space call that you had over the weekend, and then I was talking about the battle to be heard, and that's what the title for my live stream is for the day to day, and it all stems around that idea that I presented to you on the space call about having interviews, but it's an expanding, growing idea, and we're just kind of I think we're kind of brainstorming right now. We've got a list of actors and actresses' names, and also people who are, directors. We've got somebody actually named a guy who has a YouTube channel who does boom work for movies. And it's really more about like just getting out and talking to people who are outside the AMC bubble, but also have to do with movies, and then talking about their quote unquote underdog stories and relating it to AMC, so that our story can be heard. It needs to grow above and beyond just us. So we got to take it to the street, so to speak. Papa Max says our local news channel, or I think it says news channel, had a segment each week called "Everyone Has a Story," taking individuals and looking into their lives to see what makes them tick. Kind of, yeah. Something along the lines of something like that. Definitely.
Yeah, I like it. That idea has promise. That could turn into something very popular very quickly. I could see that becoming something so popular that people who can't stay all day long would make that I could see them making a mental note to try to pop in just to hear that segment, if nothing else.
Yeah.
The more I think about it, the more I like it.
And along the lines, I'm kind of thinking like when I see like larger quantities of people in here, and I feel like some of the larger.
You read my mind. I was going to say the first thing you might want to consider is what part of your 8-hour day would be most conducive for that block of time to be allotted for them.
Yeah.
Because you'd want the most participation. And so you'd have to try to figure out, based on your years of doing this, is what portion of the day do you have the most ears on? When is it easy? You don't want to make it to where it's difficult for people to tune in. And if that's all they get out of the entire day and they want to participate in that. So perhaps that might take some thinking to figure out when. If I had to guess, I'd say after lunch.
It's actually usually right in the very beginning portion of the morning, and like around like 9:30 in the morning. My time. I think it's my time.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's 9. I think it's 9:30 my time, because what time? See, it's 10 o'clock now. Yeah, it's 9:30 my time. And then there's another big surge towards the end of the day, like the last hour or so. It kind of depends.
Right.
It kind of depends, but
yeah, I would lean on the later part of the day. But then again, I would have to defer to you. You know far more about the comings and goings of the viewers and participants. But I just think it would be. I think I'm almost certain it would become very, very popular, and you'd want as many people to be able to. You wouldn't want to do it at a time where certain people were precluded from because of their professional obligations or their day-to-day schedules.
Yeah. I think 9:30 in the, yeah, that's the hard part, because if I do it at 9:30, a lot of people wouldn't be able to participate.
Do a poll.
Man,
a poll.
that's going to be.
You got 200 people in here.
Yeah.
What hour of the day is most conducive for you to listen? If a person could only pick 30 minutes out of a day stream, which 30 minutes would it be? Yeah, you'd have to. I guess that'd be tough. You'd have to break it down. What, 4 choices? Morning, noon, or afternoon?
Well, if I'm doing Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I could do a morning, afternoon, and night, or after morning, mid-morning, afternoon, and mid-afternoon.
Like have a floating. Yeah.
A floating time with the floating day, and then yeah. I don't know. I feel like it needs to be regular. Like I'm toying around with the idea of like
thinking
changing.
outside of the box. CPR's thinking outside the box. He's saying 6 p.m. after hours.
Yeah,
New segment.
I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't do both, unfortunately. Yeah.
On one hand, I say a lot of people might find lunchtime, because if they have like I said, a career that prevents them from listening all day long, they maybe could use their lunch hour to listen in. But the flip side of that coin is some people might want to leave during lunch hour to eat. So that'd be one of the hardest decisions to get right, is what time to do that to encourage maximum participation. Either way, I'm certain it'll be successful. If you did it at 5 in the morning, I bet it'd still be successful.
John and Hayden, good morning to you guys.
Good morning, sir. Thank you, Central Content. Good morning.
John's like, damn, how come I don't have nothing special for me?
Yeah. Some of us had to fight. We had to work for years to figure out what our walk-on song is. And Hayden just kind of writes itself.
Be very,
when you're ex aircraft.
Tread light.
Aircraft.
Tread lightly.
Fighter pilot. It's automatic. It's just a given that you get that song.
Tread lightly, though, John, because if you're not careful, you get this.
You are a smelly pirate hooker.
Yeah, that's what I get. Yeah. Navy boy gets fucking superhero, Top Gun fighter pilot, cool music. I get stinky smell hooker pirate. Yeah, that's fair.
I will take I'm a Canadian tour and have the support of Session Contact.
Yeah, if you have a particular song that you'd like.
Thank you.
Oh, no. We don't take requests. We give you what you get.
Right. Yeah. It doesn't work that way.
There's no.
It's usually some form of punishment for a transgression, either perceived or actual. Doesn't really matter whether it's perceived or actual transgression. Nonetheless, it's still a punishment. That's usually how the genesis.
All right, we got Pro Jewelers being the stickler now. He's saying win numbers. Let's do this. I can't even. Casey wants to have a.
Yes. 900.
Bob White must be on.
Casey wants to do a Monday through.
Must be on vacation. Pro Jewelers filling in for him.
Yeah, Casey wants to do a Monday, Wednesday, Friday segment on the same time, every day. But he can't even get his numbers right on time. All right, let's do this.
That's very funny. That's actually very, very funny.
Good job. Good luck, Case. All right, here we go. Have you guys ever heard me call myself Case before? I don't think you have. My dad used to say Case all the time.
I think that's a first one. Tip of the hat to your dad.
Yeah.
If he was here, he'd be proud of you.
Yeah, I hope so. I don't know sometimes. Let's take a look at what we got going on with these numbers here. By this time of the day on Off Exchange and EDGX, I would expect to see about 60% going through those. We got 59.08% going through Off Exchange, EDGX at 5.92. For grand total, 65% volume going through those exchanges. That's about 5% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume for the day-to-day on AMC is 700 shares. Nothing unusual going on there. GME CHX volume is elevated today at 5,918 shares. I don't get excited until it's like 30,000 shares, but we haven't been seeing those kind of numbers in quite a while. So it is elevated right now at 5,000. It's like 0.18% of the total daily volume going through CHX when normally it only sees about 0.06. So it's 3 times higher than what it normally is as of recently. According to IBKR, looks like we've got about nothing changing really, except for the borrow fees at 0.59% for the day-to-day. So IBKR has not been reporting any shares borrowed. However, Ortex, on the other hand, has been reporting shares. It was 209,000 shares as of an hour ago. Currently still at 209,000 shares having been borrowed, according to Ortex. It's going to leave our estimated short-share interest of the free float at 14.35%. The cost to borrow min is at 0.39. Average is 1.37 and max 2.73. The total amount of shares on loan for the day-to-day is at an all-time record again. At 53.83 million shares, that's 140,000 shares more on loan today than there was on Friday. Ortex is estimating that about 52,000 of that 140 was in new short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $4.50 strike with 5.5 thousand contracts. It's now 11.4 thousand contracts. Guys, we are seeing a very large quantity of call options showing up at 4.5. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4 strike. There was 2.4 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 4,000 contracts. And it looks like we're getting some larger quantity of volume at 3.5. And the market is still suggesting a closing price, though, however, by the end of the day today, between $4 and $4.50. MMRI an hour ago was 274.36. It's now 275.08. The spread between the two-year and 10-year bond rates an hour ago was 0.389 and is now currently 0.389, so no change. NASDAQ is down 0.13, Dow Jones is down 0.32, and the S&P 500 is down 0.16. It sounded like I said S&P. S&P 500 is down 0.16% for the day today. We have currently 2,967 advancers to 2,476 decliners. The market's less advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. The sectors that are doing well for the day today are currently energy and utilities, which are the sectors that I would expect to see doing well during a recession. The worst performing sectors for the day today are communications and technology. Those are the two worst. Followed up by industrial, but Mag 7, 2 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that are plus or minus 2.5% of a change from last Friday. We'll get a shout out. Coinbase is up 9.42%. Silvergate down 9.09%. NYCB is down 3.39%. And that appears to be all. Gold is down. Gold is up 0.52 but trending down. Silver is up 0.11 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 2.07 and trending up. The US dollar is up 0.23 and starting to perhaps maybe consolidate a little bit after a trend down. Oil is down 0.4 and is trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.15 to 0.19 and trending down. SPY is down 0.12 and starting to consolidate after an uptrend. VIX is up 0.69 but trending down. VTI is down 0.06 and consolidating. VB is up 0.38 consolidating. Tesla is down 0.08 consolidating after a downtrend. Amazon is up 0.45 consolidating after a downtrend. Cinemark is up 1% for the day today and slightly trending down. Doge is up 6.17% and trending up. Bitcoin is up 3.11% and trending up. Let me just check the 4-hour. Yeah, okay. GME is up 6.95 and trending up. HYMC is up 1.15, trending up. NCMI is down 0.89, trending down. HUD is up 2.21 and trending down. AMC is up 0.12 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 3.77 million shares traded so far for the day today after 110 minutes worth of trading. We're approximately about on a pace for about 13.36 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I was projecting for by the end of the day. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.05, which is slightly below average. I'm sorry, That is below average. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.54, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.65, which is below average, slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.57, which is below average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp. I got both those names down, Alan. Thank you. Wolfie, take care, man. CPR said Kenny's heard this stream and his butt just clenched up tighter than a duck's. I feel like you wanted to add something in there. I feel like there was supposed to be something. A duck's what? Tighter than a duck's? Butthole? Ducks. What's tighter than a duck? A tiger. Bum. Yeah, okay, bum. Good one. Oh, look at that. Hey, looks like our first poll of the third round of the most amazing sci-fi movie. We got first, coming in first is Fifth Element. And then coming in second is The Martian. So put fifth. Martian. It's so hard to write with this, with a mouse. Then the next four. This is going to be the last four here. We've got Flash Gordon. No, I'm sorry. Stargate. Independence Day. Close Encounters. And Star Trek. Is that right? Star Trek? Hold on a second. Yeah, Star Trek actually beat out Close Encounters. Interesting. Okay. Here we go. This will be interesting to see. I definitely feel like the top tiered. Let's see what seat these were. Fifth Element was 24th seeded, so he's actually Fifth Element is coming from behind here. The Martian was seeded 5th, and actually is managed to maintain really well. In regards to the other seeded movies here, we've got Stargate. Stargate was seeded 15th and has made it to the semifinals. Independence Day was where was it? 18th seeded, so it was even worse. Close Encounters was seeded 3rd. So Close Encounters is coming in into the semifinals ranking really high. And Star Trek was seated 19th. So we have some in this round here. We've got some low seated movies that were thought of last when it came to the order that they were picked. Be interesting to see how that turns out. Yes, Bruce Willis was in The Fifth Element, and shoot, I don't know what that lady's name is. I want to say it's like Mila. No, not Mila. What is it? Oh, it is. It is Mila Jovovich. I wanted to say Mila Jovovich, and I couldn't spit out the last name because I wasn't sure. Mila Jovovich. Yeah, the evil resident. That's right. I'm pretty sure that's the same girl. Same lady. So this will come down to, it looks like Stargate and Close Encounters are really, really close. They're neck and neck. But Star Trek is taking some of the votes away from some of those. So I'd be kind of surprised to see where Star Trek, I bet you the Star Trek guys, if they weren't voting Star Trek, would probably go with, actually, I think half and half. I think some would go with Close Encounters and some would go with Stargate, because I just feel like, I don't know. It'll be curious to see what happens to some of these voters that are voting in those directions. Mad says, dang, we forgot about Disney's Black Hole for sci-fi. It was a classic. I remember, I feel like two different space movies came out during that time. There was Disney's Black Hole, but then there was another movie that came out right around the same time that was another space flick, and I like the other one better because the Black Hole always scared me. And I'm trying to remember what it was. Was it? Let me see what movies. Let me see when it was. $1979. So I was 3 years old. You can understand why I was probably a little scared. That big red robot scared the crap out of me. I was only 3. What other space movies in 1970? Because I feel like they came out at the same time. I'm looking. All right, maybe I'll have to go to 1980. Because I know they were really close to each other. And I know movies back in those days, sometimes they could come out like the next year. And yeah, okay. So the last Starfighter was the next year, and I'll bet you it was probably this Last Starfighter. Like I enjoyed the Last Starfighter, although there's a few things that did scare me a little bit in the Last Starfighter. Oh no, that's not. It didn't come out. Hold on a second here. That's not right. I want just 1980. That didn't come out. That was a list of movies that came out in the 80s. Let me see here. Wow, you can't look up. Every time, if I put in 1980, it wants to look up all the movies of the entire 80s. It doesn't want to just look up just 1980. Yeah, maybe if I put it. Joseph says, where do you see AMC today? 407. In terms of where do I think it's going to end up at? My price prediction for the day today was 361 to 441. I was targeting 401 for a close. This is really strange. When you try to search out like just 1980, most like it doesn't want to pull up any movies for like just 1980. It wants to pull it for the entire 80s genre or the decade. Why can't I just get... I feel like you can type in like any other year and it doesn't happen. That's so weird. I can't get it to just give me just 1980. That's exactly what I typed in. Space movies in 1980, and it refuses to give me anything else other than a list of movies from the 80s. I don't remember The Flight of the Intruder. Hold on a second. I got to look that one up. It sounds familiar, but I can't quite place it. Yeah, I don't remember that. Joseph says...
Did Pornhub get blocked in Texas?
What's that?
Did Pornhub get blocked in Texas?
Yes.
I'm seeing a report. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I just seen a report.
Are you in Texas?
Unusual Whales saying web searches. No. I seen that and I thought of you.
Thanks.
I just seen a tweet from Unusual Whales says web searches for VPN swell 400% in Texas as Pornhub blocks access for New York Post.
You know, that's really kind of, I don't know. That's really strange. I don't get it. I don't.
Why Texas? What'd they do down there?
I don't know. I didn't do anything. I really don't. I haven't been involved in that, so I really haven't been paying attention to it. I really don't care. It's not.
I don't know either. I just seen that. It's like, what the heck is going on in Texas?
This is. I have no idea. Oh my gosh. Pornhub, you can't watch it in Texas anymore? This is where I gotta be really careful what I say. That's amazing. I had no clue. That's awful. Poor Pornhub.
I guess they got to use the other sites.
All that
like huge.
All that money they were generating off of Texas gone. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Next thing I know, you're going to tell me other websites are down too. That's the best way. That's the best way to go about saying what it is that I want to say. Next thing I know, you're going to be telling me it's all outlawed. Papa Max says maybe Casey will go on less breaks now that Pornhub is down in Texas. That's funny. Joseph, you need to go read the timeline. So in the description of this channel here, there is a ultimate timeline. The price movement is not a relationship to. I know everybody wants to tell you that price movement is based off of supply and demand, right? Like that's how price is supposed to be influenced. But in this particular case, that is not what's happening. And you can look at the playbook. There's two different sections that you can click on in the description of this, and you can go read the. I'm trying to look for it here so I can post them up for you here. Sometimes I just got to do the work for you guys, because I know you're not going to go look at it unless I just post it up for you. Here's the ultimate timeline. And inform yourself a little bit better about what's going on here. There's a lot of reading there. If you want something a little bit less light reading, I said that wrong. If you want something a little bit lighter to read, then check out this one. It's called the Hedge Fund Playbook. That's what I call it. And this is all outlined a long, long time ago by somebody who works in the industry, works with the financial markets, and brought this story to light in, I think it was like 2012? A long time ago, over a decade ago. Anyways, the price movement has nothing to do with buying and selling at all. A lot of the price movement is actually spoofing of price to try and move price to certain points to elicit reactions out of investors. So think about it from a perspective of like this. And I think, Joseph, you would probably love to make money, right? Imagine you're a broker and you have, let's say you have 100 customers, and all those customers continuously throw their money into a specific stock. As a broker, you are obligated to hold or maintain a position for that investor, so that if they at any given point in time decide to sell their position, that you can pay them the amount that is owed. Now, what if I told you that they didn't actually buy the shares when you bought them? They just told you, this is what we executed the order for. This is the price that you got per share. But we never actually bought the shares. Then imagine what would happen if they actually bought the shares at a cheaper price than what it is that you paid for them. Then imagine that they took those shares that you're holding on to and lent those shares out, made money on those loaned shares. And while they were lending those shares out, institutions were trying to short the price down, and maybe they could even control price a little bit too, so that they could sell those shares back into the marketplace and then buy them back in at even lower costs to other investors that they have as clientele. And so it ends up becoming this game of just selling something and buying something at lower prices, lower and lower prices. This is not about normal supply and demand, Joseph. You need to go and research the information about spoofing. A lot of practices are that naked shorting. Some of these things are all built into the marketplace and designed in such a way to where they can happen, but the penalties for them are not very great. And so the cost to do business is sometimes more profitable than the fines that are put, against anybody who was caught doing some of these activities would incur. So I would highly recommend that you take the time to inform yourself about what's happening, because what you see here as price is not the true value of what AMC is worth. Papa Mac, man, I'm still going to go to the same amount of breaks. How dare you? We didn't even name. Now I'm starting to wonder, would Guardians of the Galaxy be considered sci-fi? I feel like it would be. Oh, one more thing too, Joseph. Imagine that you bought those shares at, I don't know, X price, right? Or let's say XX price. And then you sell those shares for X. Guess who gets to keep the profit difference between what it is that you sold for versus the price that you initially paid for them? Especially if the position never was actually purchased. Not Kenny. Your broker. If they never actually purchased the position and they're holding a placeholder for you, they're making the difference between what you bought and sold for. If you gave them, we'll just use $10 as an example. You gave them $100 for 10 shares at $10. You picked up those 10 shares and then you sold them for $5 a share. But they never actually bought or purchased. They just simply shuffled the money for you. Right? So your $100 turned into $25. Or I'm sorry, $50. And the difference is what they get to pocket, because you're selling for a loss. Tom says, all right, people, consider before you vote this. Vote for Stargate or get banned. Oh my gosh. Spectre says, no, I talk with a raccoon raccoons are so cool. I love raccoons, man. I helped rehabilitate 2 raccoons when I was younger with my mom, and we had such a blast. They're the coolest, like, little, I don't want to call them a pet because we were rehabilitating them, but we did treat them a little bit like pets, but they were so fun to just hang out with. A blast. No, Joseph, this game won't be played forever. I'm not wasting time. You're wasting time. You're wasting your time by coming in here and trying to elicit negative thoughts. We've seen you before. You and everybody else like you. For those of us who are waiting, and this is the interesting thing here, Joseph.
Damn, I had to step away for just a moment there to put out a fire. I snuck off and come back, and what I miss a target here. We have a plaything.
Yeah, Yeah. So the interesting thing here, Joseph, that I think is crazy is that anybody to even come close to recommending or suggesting what it is you're saying could look back to 2021 and see that you're extremely wrong. The idea that something or nothing is going to happen has already happened before. And it's not just happened once, but it's happened twice. It didn't happen once in June or in 2021. It happened in January and in June. So, and it can happen again. The problem is that we're kind of in a situation right now where we're waiting on the market to decide when they're going to let it happen.
No, thank you.
And I don't know when that's going to be. But I know they're getting ready for it. I feel like I need to end the poll. It's just so close on Close Encounters and Star Trek. I don't want to pull the trigger just yet. Are we going to do it? Am I going to do it? Let's see. We're at 66 votes. I'll wait for 4 more votes. We'll go to 70. Chi-Town, it was never a pain. We never had any problems raising the raccoons. They were a pleasure. $69. Nice. We got one more vote. One. There it is. There it is. Oh, hey, look. Yucca, how's it going, man?
I haven't voted yet. What are you talking about?
Too late. Where did the vote go? It didn't put it up.
Of course it didn't put it up.
Why didn't it put it up? There. Oh, there it is. Boy, that was the longest wait for that. All right, so we got Independence Day. Wow, I'm kind of surprised by that one. And in second place, we have Close Encounters.
Hey, Casey, I put that raccoon video.
Are you talking about the one recently with the park ranger? Please tell me you're not talking.
Sure.
Please tell me you're not talking about that one. That one made me so sad.
No, it's not a sad one.
Okay.
It's in the back of the tramp.
All right. We have in the semifinals, Fifth Element, The Martian, Independence Day, and Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I feel like this is a very interesting poll. Do you guys? I'm gonna run these individually. Actually, I wonder if I should I have all 4 go up against each other and then finalize it down to the last 2 because semifinal. Yeah, semifinals. So we're gonna do a poll of all 4 of these together tomorrow, and we'll run it for the whole day, and then the next day after that we'll do the finals. So you guys will have your all day tomorrow. You'll have your choice to figure out which one you think is the best movie out of those 4, and then we'll take the final 2 and we'll take it down to the finals.
Have you seen that guy before?
Joseph? I feel like I have.
No, sorry, the raccoon guy.
No, hold on. You said it was back here in the back of the Big Tramp? Oh
he
yeah.
feeds them.
Yeah. I have.
That's so adorable.
Yeah, and they just like they come from everywhere, and like
Yeah.
it's crazy because he goes outside and
The
they
great-
like all their eyes are like glowing in the dark, and it kind of looks creepy. I'm telling you, the raccoons are really cool. They're
Yeah.
you wouldn't
Would you prefer to have a possum as a pet or a raccoon?
raccoon a million times over a raccoon. Possums are ugly as hell. Ugly.
They scare you?
We raised some of
They're like big.
we raised possums too, and they're ugly as hell, man. There's nothing cute about a possum. They're just like they're overgrown rats that have razor sharp teeth. The possums are not possums. The raccoons have character though. That's if there's anything that the
Well, possums. Well, possums can lay dead, can pretend to. I mean, they're cute. Look at what happened with Ice Age. Didn't they use a possum? Super cute.
wait. Don't you mean the squirrel? What are you talking about?
He was a lemur, wasn't he? Or,
Was he
no,
a lemur?
Oh, the sloth? Oh no, wait. You're talking about
Sloth. Oh, the sloth.
what is he? What is he? I don't know what he is.
Sloth, I think.
I thought it was a possum.
No. Wait, who are you talking about first
Oh,
off?
squirrel and a sloth.
Ice Age?
Sid was a sloth, and
Sid was
there was a squirrel.
Brother.
All right, it says here a woolly mammoth, a saber-toothed tiger, and a sloth. And a prehistoric combination of a squirrel and rat known as Scrat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's a rat.
Yeah.
He's more of a squirrel.
He's more of a squirrel, but
Oh.
apparently he's like a mixture of the two. Like I don't he's actually I'm looking at it right now and he's got almost looks like a raccoon kind of tail. You thought there was a possum in
When I
there?
was younger, we would hunt raccoons with hounds late at night. And my grandfather used to tell us stories. I don't know if it's an urban myth or not, that raccoons would lure hunting dogs into deep water and then climb up on their heads and drown them, because dogs can't when they're swimming. You know, they can't fight a defensive, and raccoons are very adept at being in the water. I'd often wonder if that was just a tall tale he told me, or if there was any truth to it.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
Censor content says I put one in the bubble for you that's not cute. Oh yeah. Well, they can be really vicious too. I mean, they are. I think I don't even know if they are or they aren't, but I think they're of the cat. I don't know what that's called. They're a hybrid of a cat, I guess, in some ways, and so I think. Let's see.
What?
They can be highly destructive to real estate. I know that.
I mean, and he fed them, so he placated them. So.
Let's see here. Classification: Phylum Chordata, class Mammalia, order Carnivora, family. I can't say these words. I don't know what I can't say these words. Let's see. Let's see if they're related to cats.
Casey, do you have squirrels or bunny rabbits or all where you are?
Yeah, we have squirrels and bunny rabbits. Yeah, Bruno's favorites.
Have you ever fed them?
Yes, we have.
Isn't it adorable how they beg for food? Like
they don't. None of them beg. None of them beg for food.
Oh, mine do.
Oh, how?
They get on their hind legs.
What do you feed them? Crack cocaine?
American food.
Maybe it makes a difference on what you feed them because we're just giving them like regular shit like carrots and like normal food that you think they'd want to eat.
Processed food. Processed.
Oh, you give them.
if you keep chickens for home or yard eggs or even chickens as pets, a family of raccoons can kill the entire flock in one summer. They are hard on domestic chickens. Word to the wise.
It says here cats are very distantly related to cats. They're in the same order. But very, 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 very distantly related, apparently.
What? These?
Nuts.
This is a short week, huh? Short week.
Short week. We are off on Friday for Good Friday.
Better good.
Just Real says, I got fired from a job because the boss used to catch raccoons in cages and then drown them in the creek. Needless to say, I held his head underwater to repay the favor, and he didn't seem to like it. That's messed up. Just Real. What the heck?
That's cool.
What?
I guess it wouldn't be a good time for me to tell Just Real my story about how I killed 30 raccoons in 2 weeks at my farm. He probably wouldn't want to hear that story.
What is?
Can you eat a raccoon?
Sure,
is
you
it
can.
meat?
I would suppose you could eat anything, whether or not it's tasty or not is a different story.
Yeah.
All right.
Yale says Peter Schiff in, I don't know what ZH says, inflation bloodbath. I think we're on the verge of the biggest bull market in commodities since the 1970s.
Did y'all see that? That small series they sent you, Casey?
I watched the whole thing. I wanted to tell you.
Isn't that? Yeah, right. It's like
it was like 40 something odd minutes or almost an hour, right?
That was 50 minutes each episode.
Wait.
Six.
There were 6 episodes? Oh shoot! I only watched one.
Yeah.
Holy crap! Hold on a second. Let me go back.
The first.
You're talking about the one you DM'd me, right? The what did they call it? They called it the something planet, the finance planet.
Yeah, finance planet. Yeah.
Yeah. So I watched the very first one and I sat through the whole thing. I was like, holy crap! I can't believe I sat through that whole thing. And I was like, Yucca's going to be so proud of me. I can't wait to tell him. And then I completely forgot to tell you about it till you just reminded me. But I watched the whole thing, dude. Can you believe that?
I believe it.
Yeah. But then you're telling me there's more?
The second one. Yeah, I think the second one is really good. And the last one is good. But the second one, I think Pirate would like. It's really cool. I don't want to, tell you, but it's really cool.
All right,
the second one is really cool.
Let me post this up for everybody to see it because you sent it to me, and I gotta pull it up here so I can.
Now, it made a lot of sense now why they had all those ships out at dock, like at the port, just sitting there during COVID. I was like, what is it? Merchandise? It's not coming in? What's going on? But I can't tell you what it is, but you'll see. Now it made sense.
I'll pin it up there so everybody can watch that who wants to see it. It's actually, I mean, I watched, so many of you know who've submitted things to me in the past. I usually don't last more than like 12 to 15 minutes for a video. So if you send me like an hour long something or other, the chances of me watching it are probably like a 5% chance. I sat through this whole thing on just the first episode, and apparently there's 6 of them now. I gotta go back and watch more. Thanks a lot, Yucca.
Yeah, he shamed me into it too. I haven't watched him yet, I'll confess, but now that he's given me a shout out, I'm gonna have to. I'll play along. I'll give Yucca 1 hour You better not be wrong on this.
Yeah, it's just I think the first one's good. It gets you hooked. The second one gets you even more hooked. Then you jump into the third one. You're like, yeah. It's because it gets, it goes into a different part of the world, like China and kind of. And then the last one is cool. The last one has to do with a short seller. You'll see.
Mm.
I'm glad you watched it.
I was surprised. I was really surprised. I didn't think I'd make it through the whole thing. And it's even more surprising? I didn't even speed it up.
Time for numbers?
I didn't even speed it up. I left it on the normal speed. And that's more surprising. Pirate, I'm sorry, I'm switching gears here. Pirate, did you know I had the lights on this morning on the microphone? Pirate? Testing. Is he back? Did he leave?
Sorry about that.
I had the lights on this morning on the microphone. I had everything all set up and it was all cool looking. And I could feel like yesterday night I was kind of rebooting the computer and doing some work on the computer, and I could smell or taste in my mouth the difference of having the lights on my microphone. And I wasn't talking. I was not talking, but I could smell it and breathe it. It was almost like ozone, the smell of ozone.
It might have been. I'm sorry I missed all that. We had a little bit of drama here last night. Our house is in a state of disarray from that storm, and we're in the midst of engineering and insurance claims. But
you take care of you, man.
Sustained winds here. We've had sustained winds here. It started last night around 8 o'clock, which we all know is my nighty night time. I'm not kidding. Sustained gust of 30 miles an hour or better. And it's been 12 hours. And all the loose metal on our roof is flapping and banging and pounding. And it was like trying to sleep in a snare drum. So my entire family has been up all night long. We haven't been to bed. It was impossible to sleep. So that's my excuse. You know how fond I am of being here and participating. But this morning we had to try to drag out some ladders and do some combat repairs to at least make this stuff, pin it down enough to where it doesn't prevent us from sleeping. Sorry, I missed the.
No, you take care of you. You got to do what you got to do. But I'm just telling you the reason they're not there now though is I could actually start to. This morning I was just planning on doing a test to see how it was going to work out because I wanted to use these lights and I started noticing that it was already starting to affect. I don't know if you can hear it, but my voice is already like. I'm a mouth breather when I'm doing this live streaming.
I don't know if I buy into the whole concept that lights can affect your throat.
I'm telling you, I breathe through my mouth when I'm live streaming because I can't help it, but because I'm talking so much. But
correlation doesn't necessarily.
My throat hurts.
Causation.
I never have a sore throat when I'm doing this.
Maybe you had a sore throat last night.
I didn't have any sore throat last night.
Pass on the Christmas tree lights.
I'm taking
You're gonna have to do something. We're gonna have to see the disco ball needs to happen. I don't give a damn if it's a budget buster or not. You're going to have to do something with the disco ball. We're entitled to at least a disco ball.
I'm telling you, man. Sometimes you just get. Sometimes you want. Sometimes you want Alfredo fettuccine. Alfredo fettuccine, but sometimes all you get is peanut butter and jelly.
I get it, man. I get it.
And sometimes it's better that way.
I agree.
Because, eventually, maybe I don't know. Sometimes peanut butter and jelly is just good enough. I don't know.
We give you a accommodation medal for at least trying. It says something that you didn't play along with our foolishness. And I know you do that quite frequently. I know that secretly you're a far more serious man than most of us are. And we owe you a debt of gratitude for playing along with a lot of our childishness around here. So let me be the first one to say thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, I sent out, guess what I did this weekend? I sent out the stuff to Just Real. It's on its way.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Did you name it? Did you put Did you put his real name on there, or just Caillou?
Yes, I did put his real name on there, and then there's something in there that he doesn't know about yet, and so I want, since he is here right now, I just want to say, just real, when you get it, you need to ask me about the other items that are in the package, and ask me about what those are, because there's something significant about
Little
those.
bonuses. Everybody likes a little surprise.
Don't just throw those
Surprise is
away.
great.
Don't just throw those away thinking it's trash, because there's history there. There's history.
Did you send him? Did you send him your panties?
Just relax. He'll get it when he gets it, and then he can ask.
Oh shit! I knew it.
Yeah, it's a soiled pair of underwear. That is not what
It's
it is.
history. It's history.
It's history. Yeah, it's history. I shit my pants this day. Here you go. These are my underwear from June, or actually, I guess it would have been May 30th of 2021. No.
He said no.
They're not nudes either. I promise. They're not nudes. At least, I don't know what's inside the package you're going to open of the Bob Ross, but I don't know. Maybe Bob Ross has a nude in there for you. All right, Pirate. We know. We know.
Just real. It was too much for me to type just real, but understand there are efficiencies in drowning raccoons in a cage as opposed to shooting them.
Oh my!
If you shoot a raccoon in a cage, then the cage is no longer usable. It's rendered inop because they're so smart that they won't go in the cage because it's had blood in it. So unless you want to buy a brand new $35 cage every time you have to dispatch one of these little outlaw bandits, then you have to you have to give them swimming lessons in order to keep from breaking the bank. That's all I'm going to say.
Enough. Yeah, enough said. All right, moving on.
Where's Bob White?
Well, I mean, there's two sides to every topic, right? I mean, there's always two sides to every story.
Off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange somewhere between, hold on a second here, 62 or somewhere around 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As it stands right now, we got about 58.2% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 5.93. The combined total 64.13%, or about 2.13% higher than I would expect. CHX volume is 700 shares. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day coming in at 5,918. According to IBKR, we have finally seen about 50,000 shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day. That is probably the first time we've seen IBKR report any kind of shares being borrowed. Fees are at 0.59%. According to Ortex, 476,000 shares have been borrowed so far today. Ortex was reporting 209,000 shares as of an hour ago, so that is up. It's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 14.34%. The cost to borrow min is at 0.39. Average is 1.26 and max 2.73. Shares on loan for the day is at 53.83 million shares. That's approximately 140,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimated about 52,000, of those are in new short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day has been at a $4.50 strike with 11.4 thousand contracts in volume an hour ago. It's now 13.2 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts coming in at a $4 strike. An hour ago, there was 4,000 in contracts in volume. We've got 4.3 thousand contracts now. Market's still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $4.50 by the end of the day today. MMRI was 275.08 as of an hour ago. It's now 275.38. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. As of an hour ago, it was at 0.389. It's now down to 0.387, which is the exact value that we started out the day. So not really changing too much, the spread. NASDAQ is down 0.18. Dow Jones is down 0.29. The S&P 500 is down 0.18. We have 2,947 advancers to 2,604 decliners. The market's slightly more declining now than it was an hour ago by 20 or so securities. The best performing sectors for the day-to-day are energy and utilities. The worst performing sectors for the day-to-day are technology and communications. Of the Mag 7, 3 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% for the day compared to last Friday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 9.14. Silvergate's down 9.09. NYCB is down 4.24. And that appears to be the end of it. Gold is up 0.54 and consolidating after a downtrend. Silver is up 0.2 and slightly trending down still. Ethereum Classic is up 2.5% and trending up. Maybe a little bit of consolidation going on currently after a trend up. US dollar is up 0.21, also consolidating after a downtrend. Oil is up 0.59 and starting to trend up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.19 to 0.21 and trending down. SPY is up 0.13 and trending, consolidating. VIX is up 0.92 and trending down. VTI is up 0.08, consolidating. VB is up 0.29. Did I say up? VTI is down 0.08 and consolidating. VB is up 0.29 and trending down. Tesla's up 0.8, trending up. Amazon is up 0.67, trending up. Cinemark up 0.17, trending down. Doge is up 5.8% and trending, starting to break into a trend down after having consolidated. Bitcoin is up 3.63 and trending up. GME is up 12.66 and trending up. Part of one of the things that I mentioned to you guys is that we're seeing a definite rise in CHX volume for the day to day. So I'm not sure if there's any relationship to GME's price moving and that CHX volume, but there's definitely a correlation there. HYMC, it's like 3 times the amount of volume than it's used to seeing. HYMC is up 0.92 and trending up. NCMI is down 2.58, trending down. Hood is up 2.18 and is consolidating with maybe a slight trend down. And AMC is up 0.12 and consolidating after a trend down. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, 400,000 shares going, or $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 4.41 million shares having been traded so far for the day-to-day after 164 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace right now for about 10.48 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million volume prediction I had this morning. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than our side of 35.9, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, just slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.42, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 45.94, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.07, which is average. And with that,
did you hear about that? Who put out that news? That fake news, as usual, on GME. Like the pre-earnings.
Let me get to it. Let me get to it in just a second. I got a news article here on AMC that says Ghostbusters: Frozen Empire leads the way in its opening weekend. It says Afterlife achieved a domestic gross of $129 million in 2021, finishing out a worldwide gross of $204. Let's see here. I'm not sure exactly why they're saying that. I think this does seem to be somewhat of a decent article about AMC. All right, now let me look at GME. They've got a news article here, and they do have their earnings report coming up. GameStop is having its best day since last year. Earnings are Tuesday, tomorrow. Very nice.
And then what was the other? Remember I spoke to you about Reddit? Remember the options? Yeah, they're out.
What do you mean?
Freaking crazy. Yeah, remember how we said that they had to wait at least like some time?
Oh yeah,
before
yeah.
they added yeah, they're already added those. So I don't know. They're trying to pull money out.
I gotta pee.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know. Riveting, right?
Riveting. Yes.
I think I have a bug around my plants. I need to kill it. I see a bug hovering around my plants over here.
Beneficial bug, or is it adversarial?
I don't know. I just don't want any bugs in my house at all. One way or the other.
Do you trap the bug and transfer him to a little paradise somewhere, or do you just kill him?
What? It's always got to be about you.
You see where I'm
It's
going?
It's always got to be about you. Yeah, yeah.
You see where I'm going with this? I'm looking for a fight. You can tell I'm looking for a fight.
Yeah,
today.
you're just looking for a fight. Yeah.
Bugs were my single biggest. They were the heartbreak when it came to my attempts at home gardening, whether it was tomatoes or container plants with vegetables and things in them. I could deal with soil deficiencies or maybe having to add a little fertilizer, but nothing was more disheartening than to go out and find all your tomatoes are being eaten by slugs, or you turn over, all the leaves are wilting and you turn them over and they're covered with mites on the bottom side. I struggled with that.
Yeah, that's why I like this hydroponic growing.
Yeah, you control the environment much better.
Yeah. Let's take the bugs out of the factor.
Yeah. Yeah, you control everything. Humidity, moisture levels, nutrients. Yeah.
Let's see here. All right, it's time. I gotta go to the bathroom really, really bad, so I gotta take off. But let me see. I feel like there's. Oh yeah. Whenever I come back, I'm gonna start playing that song, so you guys will know that I'm coming back. I'm pretty sure that's what I'm gonna do from now on, because I think it's kind of cool.
Well, that's much more pleasurable than the horn.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Oh no, not to the back of the big tramp.
Effective. I mean, it brings everybody. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just your walk-on song.
Yeah.
Well, nonetheless, it is cool. Yeah.
All right, I gotta go because I gotta pee so bad. I'll see you guys in a bit.
I'm gonna hang out here with the fellas.
Sounds good. All right, let me put up the message real quick here. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit.
Hey, this is Sencho, and this one goes out to all the hip-hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take, and you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace.
Hey, you're currently listening to 92 Elm on Upbeat. This is one of hundreds of tracks that you can access and download when you upgrade to Upbeat Premium.
everyone, this is Soundro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
living life on the open road. Ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Windows roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the gritty grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. MC ticker keeps on rolling, stop shots and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all inside. Oh, ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Bedded bed, living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
All right. That's the way to come back. Yeah. I don't know why, but it's freaking kick ass. I like it. Numbers. The Van Man. Yeah. I'm glad you guys like it too. I'm going to take you over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Looks like we got about 59.47% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 6.03. The combined total 65.5%, or about 2.5% higher than I would expect it to be. CHX volume for AMC suddenly starting to spike to 11,600 shares. This is, again, I told you guys in the past that a delivery of shares oftentimes can be found through CHX exchange. So it does appear that that's higher than normal. We're used to seeing lately for the last 30 days 0.05% of our total daily volume going through there. Today it's 0.24, so almost five times higher. GME CHX volume also elevated today at 6,718 shares. Not quite nearly as much, but still a lot. IBKR is showing an additional 5,000 shares borrowed in the last hour. Fees are still at 0.59% in total for the day today. Or IBKR has reported about 50,000 shares borrowed. Ortex, an hour ago, was reporting 476,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 368,000 shares, so that kind of dropped a little bit. That's going to slightly drop that estimated short share interest. The free float at 14.32%. The cost to borrow average, actually, let's start with min. Min is sitting at 0.39. Average is 1.26 and max is 2.73. Total amount of shares is at a new all-time record today on loan at 53.83 million shares. That's approximately 140,000 shares more on loan today than there was on Friday. Ortex is estimating about 52,000 of that 140,000 were in new short interest. Options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $4.50 strike with 13.2 thousand contracts for the day in volume. That has now increased to 14.3. Highest amount of puts coming in at a $4 strike. There was 4.3 thousand contracts, now 4.7. The market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $4.50 by the end of the day today. Short share, or what am I saying? Taking you over to the other page. Taking a look at MMRI. 275.38 as of an hour ago is now 274.87. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates as of an hour ago was 0.387 and is now currently at 0.376. Dropping. NASDAQ is down 0.09, Dow Jones is down 0.38, and the S&P 500 is down 0.19. We have 2,938 advancers to 2,694 decliners. The market's just marginally less advancing than an hour ago. Sectors that are outperforming everything else today, we've got energy and utilities, sectors that I would imagine would be doing best during a recession. The worst performing sectors for the day today are, that's kind of changed up a little bit here. It looks like industrials and communications. Of the Mag 7, 3 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that are plus or minus 2.5% or greater of a change for the day-to-day is going to get a shout-out. Coinbase is up 9.75%. Silvergate's down 9.09%. NYCB is down 4.97%. That's about it. Gold is up 0.54 and slightly trending down. Silver is up 0.24 and trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 3.55 and trending up. The US dollar is up 0.21 and consolidating after a downtrend. Oil is breaking even for the day-to-day and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up or down rather anywhere from 0.11 to 0.16 and are trending up. SPY is down 0.17 and trending down. VIX is up 1.3 and is starting to spike a little bit here. Definitely starting to break that consolidation trend that it has been into an uptrend. VTI is down 0.12 and slightly trending down. VB is up 0.23, trending down. Tesla is up 0.99 and consolidating after an uptrend. Amazon is up 0.54 and trending up. Cinemark is down 0.45, trending down. Doge is up 5.81 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 4.69, trending up. GME is up 12.75, trending up. HYMC is up 0.3, and it looks like it's breaking out of an uptrend into a downtrend. NCMI is down 3.82, trending down. Hood is up 3.63% and trending up, and AMC is up 0.8 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, about $100,000 more inflow than outflow. 5.47 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 231 minutes worth of trading, we are on a pace right now for about 9.23 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is definitely within the 5 to 25 million range that I was suggesting in the pre-market on a 4-hour time interval. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.27, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.83, which is average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.13, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.99, which is above average. Actually, it just dropped to 56.03, which is slightly above average. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. I'm going to head back over to the back of the big tramp. Now it's still just a horn. I wonder if I can change that.
I like the horn, man. The change is good. It's good to evolve, improve.
You know what? I'm making a command decision. We're doing the semifinals.
Nice.
We're doing the semifinals right now.
Very nice.
Yeah. Semifinals. 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 Let's see. Really? Independence Day beat out Stargate? That's kind of strange. All right. There we go. We'll run this poll right up until market close, so as many people as possible have a chance to put in their favorite movie of the four. These four, only two can go through. So the top two will go through, and then everybody will get to revote tomorrow on the finalist. Whoever is going to be the final. And we'll do one other vote, maybe on let's see, today's Monday, Tuesday with finalists, and then Wednesday we'll do like a runner-up movie. Sir Hodlington says GME is having higher volume than AMC is strange. Let's check it out. 6.42 million shares traded so far. They actually have more shares outstanding than AMC, so they technically should. When I was on break, I was looking at a lot of comments, I guess, on Twitter about things that are happening. And then I also noticed that I think Jerome Powell is speaking on, was it Thursday or Friday? I think it's Friday. Unfortunately, we don't.
Friday.
Yeah, Friday. Unfortunately, we don't have trading day on Friday, so I won't be streaming on Friday. But he does speak on Friday, though. Then we should have had new home sales numbers printing today. The previous value was 661,000. It was expected to, the median forecast was expected to rise to 675,000 for the month of February. Let me just check and see if we got that data coming in here. We do? Oh no, that's from 5 days ago. Maybe if I do this. I don't see. I don't see the data for the day today. We should have had the numbers already printed today, but for some reason I'm not seeing any news articles whatsoever on it. That should have been out by 10 a.m. Eastern. Well, guess we don't have that data. Billy's saying, I mean, tomorrow is GME earnings, so it sort of makes sense. That is correct. Tomorrow is GME's earnings. Everybody's excited to see whether or not they're going to be in the green. Wow. Unexpected. Unexpected. Fifth Element and Independence Day are running first and second right now. I'm really surprised. The Martian had done so well in some of the other past votes that I would have expected that maybe it was going to be higher, but it's not. Very, very interesting events turning out here. It's interesting how when somebody's number one vote gets taken away, what they move on to. Yucca, is that your mouse clicking?
Excuse me?
Is that your mouse clicking?
Which mouse?
Yeah,
It's a pricing gun, man. He's pricing trophies.
Oh, you pricing trophies right now?
Oh, no, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it is my mouse clicking. I'm just clicking away.
No, I was curious though. Like, so are you working on designing graphics, or like what's going on?
Yeah, I'm moving stuff around.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Do you feel like do you always have to have like a creative kind of, I don't know what to call it, a creative bone going on in you?
I always have a creative mind, yes. I don't have anything in me. No
do you
bones.
do you ever find that you have lost your creative abilities for the day? Like, are there just days where you're just like, I am not feeling creative today?
Yes.
What do you do? What do you do when that happens?
Take a break.
Oh, you just take a break? I mean, I feel like you're on deadline, so I feel like it would be very difficult to just decide you're just going to take a break.
Yeah, sometimes I just take a little break, like step away from the computer, go to the back, and then come back, and then continue.
Yeah. Glenn's saying the Fifth Element movie used the same plot line as the movie Heavy Metal. We were talking about that just the other day. I saw a video where people were talking about that, about how crazily ripped off it does seem to be for storyline. And I had never seen Heavy Metal before, but you're not wrong. I mean, there's some very it seems like basically the same movie almost, in some senses.
Are you talking to me?
Novocaine says, Yucca, what do you do when you go back into the back?
I go in the back of the tram.
Oh. You just come back here and shoot the shit?
No, I just go back to the back of the shop, and I, see what's back there. Like assemble stuff.
You do inventory?
Assembly. No inventory. Yeah, no. It's not that big of a shop. I kind of have an idea of what I have in the back. But then sometimes I just I go online and then I look through flyers or create or items, examples, and that kind of triggers a flame. And then I sometimes you need something to get started, like another creative mind. Yeah. When I make music, it's been some time. That's the hardest though. because you're just like, you know, you're playing around. It's like a game first, you know, like Play-Doh.
When you're
Or like-
when I'm creating music, I don't feel like I can just, especially if I'm under a deadline. That's the hardest. That's really rough.
Oh no, deadline, no good.
Yeah, you
Anytime
can't.
involve
Yeah,
deadline or you involve money, it changes the recipe.
it does.
The recipe changes.
Yeah.
When you're under pressure, it changes the recipe. When you're playing, that's when the best things come out. When you're playing, like if it's just like, you know, when you were a kid, you're playing, that's when the best things come out.
Yeah.
I watched an old movie yesterday with Mrs. Pirate with Jeff Bridges in it. And it's a country music. It's themed around country music, so it wouldn't necessarily be a big interest to KC from his musical taste. But it was written from the movie was in from the perspective. It was called Crazy Heart. It wasn't really a big hit or nothing, but it was a movie that was central about songwriting and how he became. Although he was the first one to start the show, some of the people that he'd helped support became bigger. I think Colin Farrell played the guy that became the famous star, kind of like a Chris Christopherson type thing, where he was writing the songs and the other guy was performing them. And it was really interesting. It kind of tied into what we talked about the other day at length about songwriters and what have you. Crazy Heart. You get a chance to check it out. And stereotypes on a lot of it. You know, he travels around in a pickup truck playing bars with pickup bands for little or no money, and he'd had a hit song at some time. How he'd still get that opportunity to open for other acts, but a lot of it was about the creativity of him writing the songs. And I don't want to be a spoiler, but there's a portion of the movie where there's a girl interviewing him, and she's a writer as well, a journalist, and she becomes very emotional about the fact that she has to struggle so hard to write things for her music magazine, and for him the songs just come boiling out of him like it's nothing. It's kind of I guess it's a metaphor for the natural gift. Some people are just gifted. But anyhow, you get a chance, man. It's not, like I said, it's not your musical taste, but the movie may be very appealing to you from the if you just view it through the lens of a creative artist. And Jeff Bridges he's a fantastic actor as well.
Yeah. You mean Foo Dog?
Yeah, exactly. Foo Dog. Yeah, how could I miss that? I forgot that. Well, I'm half a gummy deep, so.
Man, you're starting early.
Yeah, I had a bad night, man. Told you we were up all night, a lot of anxiety, the storms and all that, and lack of sleep. So I had to have a little medicine this morning, help calm my weary spirit.
Well, you know, speaking of creativity and whatnot, that amazing song that was created by Novocaine using AI. Novocaine's in here right now. And Novocaine, man, it would be awesome if you could go to the back of the Big Tramp, but if you can't, I totally understand.
Round of applause. Round of applause for Novocaine, man. That was a very cool song he produced. I don't want to talk over KC here, but I can tell you when I first stumbled across it in the music selection of KC's Discord, it fucking caught me off guard because I was just bored and filling the hours with listening to some of the songs that other guys have suggested. I did find some, and I was entertaining myself by commenting on what I thought of each suggestion. But it blew me away when I stumbled on it because I didn't expect it. And to your credit, you kind of stuck it out there with no fanfare. You didn't make it. I don't know why you didn't. Putting that much work into it, you should have ran to somebody and said, "Look how cool this is." But to your credit, you're kind of humble and just stuck it out there as a suggestion. But I can tell you, dude, caught me off guard. And man, I can't. You guys, that's probably maximum cool points. I've never awarded anybody 100 cool points before. But if I had the power to give you 100 cool points, Novocaine, you outdid yourself all the way around. So my hat's off to you.
He can't, unfortunately he can't come back right now, but
yeah, he's tied up.
What
he
do
said
you,
it was very little work. Nonetheless, Novocaine, you took the time, you felt inspired, you took the time you did something for somebody else. You know, it's clearly it was an homage to KC, and I'm sure he takes it as the most wonderful compliment that it is. But I don't think we can say enough about your good spirit, man, your philanthropy that prompted you to do something like that. I think it's commendable, and I applaud you, my friend.
So, out of curiosity now, how do you? He's saying it took him 3 to 5 minutes to do that. How do you?
It's not about the time. It's about the fact that he said to himself,
No.
"Of all the things I can do."
That aside,
I'm excited about this topic. I'm
no.
excited, so I'll quiet.
What I'm asking you is do you remember how you were like totally anti AI taking over music?
Yeah, and I still am, am.
Okay,
Yeah.
so this doesn't make you feel any different about the idea that the AI can help to produce cool things.
No, I think it serves as a perfect example of what it may be for, is a way to generate something like, almost like going and buying the difference between going and buying a Hallmark card to give to someone for a graduation or a milestone in their life versus writing someone a letter, a personalized letter. I view it in those terms. That it's not. I'm not saying that it's evil. Listen, I don't know if maybe I didn't make my policy or my thoughts on the matter clear. I don't see anything inherently evil about AI, or that it's somehow nefarious, or that it shouldn't have a place or a role in our lives. I just have a lot of respect for creators of content who do it from between their ears. Whether it's Jimmy Buffett writing a song, or Robert Frost writing a poem, or an engineer, somebody who designs nylon from the use of chemicals, whatever medium they choose to work in, whatever they're creating, I just have a great deal of respect for people who do it. And the bulk of the work is done inside of their own consciousness. I don't want to diminish anyone else who creates products and uses technology to do them, but I just think there'll always be, I think the pinnacle, the very peak of the pyramid will always be Michelangelo or Bach or Mozart, or you pick your art and then pick someone who's at the very top of it. And I would argue that it's always a reflection of what's inside of their brain, far more than it is how technologically advanced the tool was.
Regarding AI, can I ask you anything? Is it true that through AI they want self-driven cars? And if so, Pirate, would you trust getting in a vehicle that is self-driven by AI?
I've been waiting for so long for somebody to bring this up, because it gets close to political. But since you asked it up, I don't have to worry about Casey smacking me in the back of the head. I'm funny about the whole AI and self-driving cars thing. I know this. I'm convinced that it will be 1,000 times safer than human beings driving. I believe that. But my need to be a free spirit, or that's I'd like to think I'm kind of have a free-spirited nature. I would always want to be able to drive my own car, and so that's a conflict there. But I would be, if I make no secret about the fact that I consider myself a thinking man and somewhat of a philosopher. That I know that how technology works and how efficiencies are brought to bear through the advances, and there's not a doubt in my mind that it will save a lot of lives. And that comes from somebody who I've drove everything from tractor trailers over height. I'm no stranger to the highways. So I wouldn't want to pay. I personally wouldn't pay extra for a self-driving car. I can see how eventually, though, just like people today who are born into my children never knew what a door window crank was. I had an old antique truck, and they got in it when they were little, like, what's this? And it was literally the window, the roll of the window crank up and down. The same thing could be said of the steering wheel. There'll come a time where cars may not even have steering wheels in them. and only the antique cars will. And young people will be born into just like those of us who were born into a time where there were people alive today who remember no cell phones. And there are a few people alive today who remember no telephones at all. I'm quite certain that the steering wheels will be the same.
I've been waiting for self-driving cars forever. Like, I think like that's we've gotten to a new
flying car was mine. For me, the dream was to fly, and it's tied loosely.
Yeah, we already have
To
them.
my desire to be a pilot. Yeah,
We already have self-driving cars.
I've seen them now. I've seen now flying cars that look like four wheelers. They look like a snowmobile, but it has four like these little hovering blades, like a drone. This drone technology is what is going to drive flying transportation. It's already fucking there. I'm telling you. The next big leap is going to be drones and flying. It's not going to be self-driving cars.
We're gonna be like the Jetsons.
Self-driving cars. Yep, I still believe it, man. I'm a believer, man. I like to dream, man. I'm just telling you, it's two-dimensional. When you drive, the issue isn't what they say. We use 1/100th of the asphalt at any given time, but we're still in gridlock everywhere, and it's because it's a two-dimensional path. You're either going forward. You can only go forward in two lanes, so it leads to bottlenecks. If you start thinking about how you could have something like that science fiction movie, the dystopian one, I forget which one it was, but at any rate, the whole concept of flying cars.
It's the
through New York City. Oh Lord, what was that? They just did a remake or the sequel to it. But,
the Fifth Element had it.
Yeah, yes, it did. Yep, it did. Mm-hmm. Whatever that actor was that played in Indiana Jones, he played
Harrison Ford.
The old Harrison Ford was the actor in the movie I'm thinking of. But they showed New York City where the flying cars are stacked as high as the buildings, and it just allows for
free Blade Runner.
Blade Runner, thank you, sir.
I don't know why I said free, and then I went straight to Blade Runner.
Yeah, Blade Runner. They just did a remake of Blade Runner, but I can see that being the next evolution. The whole concept of cars and whether they can make them self-driving or not, I think we're pretty much already there on that. And let me add some color to it with this little brief comment, Casey, and I'll try not to slip into a monologue here. But this is going to be driven by the insurance industry. Always follow the money, guys. That's what we're all here for. We're all here to try to figure out how to make money and help our families' finances grow. Just remember a pirate's old adage, man. Always follow the money. And the transportation is driven by the insurance agency. It's why you wear a seatbelt today. It's not because it's good for you. It's because it kept the insurance companies more profitable. You don't have seatbelts on a motorcycle. But I digress. Just understand that the self-driving cars, because it's real simple. You know this, Casey. I mean, you were in the industry. When you take the human element out of something, you reduce the human fallibilities. All those things are taken out, and then you're going to see that the ability for tech to prevent people from dying because it takes out a computer-driven car won't run a red light. It won't blast through a yellow.
It won't drink and drive either.
Yellow. It won't drink and drive. It won't follow too close. The guy that's in front of him, whether it's right or wrong, it won't. All the things that happen in the natural world that result in loss of money and life that's directly related to automobiles is almost always operator error. We live in an age where it's almost, you'd be hard pressed to find fatality, whether it's a fatality accident or just an accident where the cars got banged up real bad, that almost every single instance, you'll find out it was the driver. Poor decision making, accidents, I didn't look each way, whatever. The excuses are long. You know, I'm not passing a moral judgment here. I'm just stating a fact. So, but what it's going to end up with is the same thing we saw with the airline industry. It's safer. You're safer to be in the back of a jumbo jet with Hayden Johansson flying at the helm for you. You're multiple of times. I don't know the exact number, so I don't want to misquote. You're far safer in the back of his jet plane than you are on the car on the way to the airport. But the problem is, if a jet airliner goes down, 300 people dying instantaneously is so dramatic that it gives the appearance that it's far more dangerous. People should be terrified on their ride to the airport. So with that not with that full knowledge of that, just understand that if you can take the human fallibility out of all the mistakes that we make when we drive that has us killing each other, the money will make it happen. Just bet on it. It's just the way it goes. Insurance, there's a lot of money in insurance, and with it comes a lot of power.
And are you, somebody had mentioned in there, if you order a Uber ride, are you going to demand that it's driver versus driverless?
That's funny because you'd have to ask somebody I don't think I've been in a cab 2 times in my entire life. Hired car 1 time, so I'm the wrong person to ask about that. I couldn't speak with any authority on it, so it would just all be my biases about all of that. But I can tell you, here's an example. Mrs. Pirate does not like to drive at night any longer. She doesn't like to drive in the rain, and it's because as you get older, your reflexes aren't what they once were. Your eyesight is diminished, and so it becomes, and that's an example where I can almost promise you that she would let a car drive before she would, because she feels like that she's getting to the point where driving at night and in adverse weather that she's not as sharp as she used to be. And sometimes, and we have always argued that, how many times would you agree that sometimes it's the other guy? I've often said, if I ever get killed in a car, it's not going to be because of something I did. It's because you got to drive for yourself, and then you got to drive for the other assholes who don't know how to drive. And so with that in mind, if the other car isn't being controlled by somebody, again, who blasts through yellow lights or who speeds or weaves in and out of traffic, changes lanes without looking, all those things that end up in people's death and dying, you can pull that out. So, and it's funny that you mentioned it, Casey. We may come in a time where I can maybe see my grandkids to where they go their whole lives and never operate a vehicle. They never drive a car. They never operate a motorcycle or anything. You just made me think of that. There's a very real possibility that in my lifetime, we could have a generation of people who never operate the vehicles
like
under their
flying.
care.
We taught Kelsey. Well, actually, we taught all of our drivers except for Savannah is the first one that's maybe learning not how to drive without a stick. But we taught all of our we taught our first 3 drivers out of this 5 kids that we have how to drive stick. And Kelsey joined a manual shift car club. And I think on day 1 of the car club, everybody was but she was the only one in the club who had experience driving in a clutch. And so like when everybody started talking, and she was the only person who was in the car club who had that experience, everybody thought that was like super cool that she knew how already. And I thought that was just so shocking. I mean, I was just like, it's just shocking to me. It's shocking to me that out of an entire high school, none of the kids that are part of this club with her knew how to drive a stick shift. I'm like, that's just nuts. But they don't need to, I guess. So.
Well, I showed the flying vehicle that I stumbled upon on X. It looked similar to a snowmobile or 4-wheeler, if you will, but it had, in place of 4 tires, it had 4, looked like they were rather robust little drone helicopter blade setups, like rotor heads on a helicopter. But it showed, and I didn't do a deep dive into it, but it looked like the thing would fly up to 60 meters high, and I forget how far on a 20-minute charge. And then I showed it to Mrs. Pirate, and because that kind of shit it's just part of my makeup. I'm like, check this out. And she was like, yeah, that's going to get people killed. But they said the same thing about motorcycles. They said the same thing about 4-wheelers, dirt bikes. It's always been the same because it's all inherently dangerous. Anytime you set your body in motion, and our bodies aren't impact resistant. But her thing was, yeah, that's dangerous. And I'm like, yep. And they're going to sell like hotcakes, just like a 4-wheeler did. And just like they had the 3-wheelers first, and 3-wheelers put people in wheelchairs.
Yeah.
There is an entire generation of people who will never walk again. I got a friend who's paralyzed from the neck down from a 4-wheeler. I was with him the day it happened, the day it severed his spine. But it didn't stop people. And they went from 3-wheelers to 4-wheelers because, it's going to be safer now. We'll cut back on some insurance claims. But to this very day, they still sell 4-wheelers. And these little flying vehicles, they're going to be the next. That's going to be the next. I can remember being a kid and being jealous of other kids who had little mini bikes, who had a little dirt bike. Mark it down on your calendar that Old Man Pirate said this. These little flying vehicles are going to be the next big thing. Oh, you got a go-kart? You went to Tractor Supply or you went to Walmart and got yourself a go-kart with a lawnmower engine in the back? Oh, that's cute. Look, my shit flies. Yeah. And that's what it is, man. And there's people who gravitate towards that, whether it's the dirt bike crowd or the go-kart crowd or any of those people. You heard even Hayden, our resident superhero, he said that one of his best times ever was going with his boys to go race those indoor go-karts. There is an entire group of people who gravitate towards that shit. It's kind of motorsports. And these little personal flying devices are going to take over everything. It's the ultimate dream. Zero skill. That's another thing too. I'm paying blood and family treasure to send my son to a world-class aeronautical university to learn how to fly airplanes. And I remain convinced he will be the last generation. Hayden and I have talked about this. He'll probably come busting through the door any minute and tell me to shut my whore mouth. But we're getting real close to a place where, where humans
he does
won't
not.
be.
He doesn't say that to his dad.
Well,
There's no way.
Yeah. But no, Hayden. I said Hayden would come through the door.
Oh! I thought you were talking about your son coming. I was like, if your son came, I would probably keel over and have an aneurysm.
That's not going to happen.
If your son came walking the door and said that to you, I don't think that would ever happen. Yeah.
If there's 100 million parallel universes out there, you'll never find one where my son would do that. So we can move forward. But these little flying fucking deals, man, that's going to be. And it happens, man. We had horses. If your family had wealth, you had a horse. If not, you walked everywhere. Maybe if you were lucky, you had a plow horse at your farm that your family planted crops with. It was saddle broke too, that you could ride. And you walked. And then we got to where automobiles took over the world. Henry Ford and the rest of the people who brought automobiles to the blue collar worker changed the world forever. And everything else, all the way down to Corvettes and Lamborghinis, all went back to a man building a little car in a garage, Henry Ford. And it changed the world. It went hand in hand with the Industrial Revolution, how people could commute, how people could live. And then we've been stagnant. We've had, some changes. There's, fancy boats and whatever. But it's been 4 wheels. Think about it. It's been 4 wheels, the wagon. It's been a wagon with no horses for hundreds of years now. And we're getting ready to make it to where you can fly and you don't have to know shit. That's the thing. It isn't what blows my mind about it, Casey, isn't where you and I grew up wanting to be pilots and Hayden actually saw the dream come true. It took education. You had to have a high level of intellectual horsepower. You had to be steadfast in your studies with mathematics, geometry. They make them teach physics, and then you got to go to a higher school of higher learning, at a minimum to a flight school. It's not going to be that way anymore, man. It's going to be where you could take any kid who has basic eye-hand coordination and who's probably played a few video games. He's going to be able to sit down in something right out of a cardboard box, and it's going to fly. And it's an incredible thing, because the machine will take all the. It'll be what they call very forgiving. In the aircraft world, they have planes that are forgiving and other ones that will kill you if you don't do the right thing. But this technology is going to allow this stuff to be very forgiving, and any run-of-the-mill half nitwit is going to be able to sit down in it, just like a golf cart. Have you ever met anybody who couldn't drive a golf cart? They're going to make these fucking things like the golf cart of the sky. Because it's scalable.
I believe I can fly.
What the hell is Tech We Love playing? Or
It's
that's
I
not
believe
quiz.
I can fly.
Oh,
Wait for it. Wait for it.
You fucking prick. All right. Fuck him too. Now he goes. See, he got off.
It's just
my
because
shit list.
it's just because
I
he's
moved
flying.
Stock Wiz was on my shit list for like a year and a half. I moved him to the Cool Kids Club.
Here it comes.
Yeah. Oh my God. God damn it.
I just had to drop it in there.
Fair enough.
Man, if I didn't know any better, I would have thought that was censored content.
Yeah, you got in the ring. He got in the ring with the fucking undisputed heavyweight champ, and I admit it. He landed a few gloves on me there. Fair enough.
It's only because you're on a half a gummy already.
Right. It's like fighting Mike Tyson when he's 70. You know, it's if you want to step up, to me. And
Are you making wait? Are you making excuses for Mike Tyson already?
At least a gummy.
That just sounded like you made an excuse for Mike Tyson already.
Nope.
That literally,
the
yeah,
results will be the same.
That
results will be the same.
That literally sounded like
it. Be the same. Just because
I can hear the naysayers. I can hear the naysayers already. Oh yeah, fight a man when he's 70 years old.
Yeah. Nope. I'm saying the exact opposite. You come at me when I'm a half gummy deep, and you think that might be the advantage you need to give me a knockout. Big mistake. Big mistake. Same thing with they think they're getting in the ring with Mike Tyson because he's in the Graybeard Club. Means that this is going to go well for them. Oh my Lord, this is going to be bad.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's numbers time. I can still smell the leftover whatever smell that was emanating from those. I can smell it on my mic when I get close to it.
Nah,
it's gross,
you're
man.
a drama queen. You're a drama queen. Earlier, somebody in chat was lighting you up because they said it was probably just like a new car smell, the manufacturing smell. Like Mrs. Pirate buys a set of new towels and she brings them in here. They'll have an odor from the factory. Everything that's brand new has some sort of a smell to it.
You ever order?
Just looking for a reason to shut down the fun lights.
What's that name of that online catalog, cheap China shit that you can order? I can't remember what it's called.
Oh yeah, somebody made a joke about that too. They said you shouldn't stop buying stuff on Wish.
No, not Wish. I'm talking about way older, and it's like really, really cheap stuff though. Super cheap.
Well, the old day they had a catalog they'd mail to your house. It was called Whack and Hut.
No, that's not it.
It was a Whack and Hut catalog, and they'd send it to you, and it would be garbage. But they would sell you like a lamp, like a ceramic dolphin lamp, real cheesy Art Deco shit, and they would charge you like $200 for a $5 Chinese lamp, but then they'd let you make payments on it.
My
for like
ex
6 months.
My ex used to
People would buy all
order
that shit.
stuff like this from that catalog, and she would get it, and it would always come from China. And whenever you opened it up, it always had this overwhelming smell of
Just Real bailed us out.
It had this overwhelming smell of formaldehyde every single time. I mean, just like it reeked of it. I mean, there was no mistaking it. You'd open it up and you're just like, oh my God, that is so strong. And I could just feel the chemicals like leaching off of whatever product it was. Man, why can't I think of the name of the article?
So my worst one ever, Casey. You're gonna love this, Casey. I wanted a new mattress. I needed a new mattress. I'm not like a mattress snob, but we do spend 1/4 of our life in bed, and most people sleep on a shitty mattress. And I was like, fuck this. I got a couple coins now. I want some nice shit. This was back at the farm. So she does her thing, and she's like, hey, I got you a new mattress. And it came in a fucking cardboard box, and I swear to God that this was for a California king size bed now. This mattress came in a box that was about the size of a, I don't know, it was maybe as tall as me, maybe 5 foot tall, but the damn thing wasn't no bigger. It was like a 12-inch square. I'm like, it was like something you think a roll of carpet would come in. I'm like, how the hell's my mattress inside of there? But she remained steadfast. Nope, she researched it. We cut that damn box open, and it was expandable foam, Casey. And when that damn thing opened up, it was a California king size mattress.
Yeah.
But it was made out of like closed cell foam that once it's expanded. And here's the money shot. It smelled like you stuck your head in a 55-gallon drum of fucking ethanol or something, ethylene glycol.
Yeah.
Oh, because that's what it was. It was made out of. I'm sure it was a binary product. They put part A and part B together, and it exploded and made that styrofoam. But I wasn't as. Once the mattress expanded, I thought, this is really fucking cool, Sandy. Good job. But we literally had to put the thing in the garage for like a fucking week before I could move it into my bedroom.
Oh, I got it.
It had to outgas.
I just found
I guess
it.
They call it outgassing. It had to outgas all that fucking.
Oriental Trading Company. That was the name of the. It's called Oriental Trading.
Yeah, that sounds just as bad.
And it's like party supplies. It's like if you want to order like, I don't know, 20 or 30 birthday hats and plates and all that kind of stuff that all match.
Just Chinese shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chinese shit. Yeah.
And you get it, and it's exactly like you're talking about. It just had that smell, and you're just like, oh.
Right.
Hey,
I grew up in a part of Cincinnati that has a Monsanto plant there. Most people are familiar with Monsanto through its fame that it achieved with Roundup. They are the glyphosate. If you've ever sprayed Roundup weed killer, it came from Monsanto. But and the part of Cincinnati I lived in, it was a place called Port Plastics, and it had train rails that would come in full of chemicals, and then boxcar loads. I shit you not now, boxcar loads of the little tiny styrene pellets. That's literally what the entire factory made. This place was fucking huge. It was like, I don't know, 300, 400 acres, 500 acres. But back then it was big. But all they made were styrofoam pellets. And it went into anything you could make out of styrene. And the smells of those coming out of that chemical plant reminded me of the smell that come out of that damn mattress. It's pure chemistry, not a natural thing about it.
Yep. UPS delivery guy, welcome to the back of the Big Tramp Preacher. Good to see you this afternoon. Welcome to both of you guys.
Thank you, KC. How you doing?
Good. I bet you know all it is. I bet you, dealing with boxes that you're delivering, I bet you have some interesting smelling boxes constantly, don't you?
Yeah, those HelloFresh boxes, when the packages break inside of them, some of the ingredients are very stinky.
Yeah,
I wouldn't eat that stuff.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Hey, there's a new app called Temu where you buy cheap stuff from China.
Uh-huh.
And
Moomoo?
No, it's Temu. Temu. And it was really, really popular this year during Christmas. I mean, I was delivering a ton of that stuff. And I mean, they
oh,
like
you know what? Seth started ordering from that around Christmas time. I know what you're talking about. He ordered an airsoft gun, and he was ordering all kinds of stuff from. Yeah, you're right. He was using that. He was getting junk too, though. All of it was junk.
I personally don't buy anything off of China anymore, since when Kobe Bryant passed away, they were doing a promo on Facebook of clothing, and I bought a sweater like a hoodie off of Facebook. I should have known better. And then they stopped it at customs here in Belgium, and I got fined. I had to pay a $70 fine. Because
you paid a $70 fine for something you had shipped to you, and they couldn't just tell you that it was not.
No, because it was fake, right? It was how do you call it in English?
Oh, it was knockoff. It was a knockoff.
Wait. Let me quickly Google it. I can't come on the word. It was fake, right? It was fake material. You know, it was not the real stuff. So they made me because I bought something that was faked. I had to pay a fine.
Well, that seems so odd. I'd have just been like, well, I'll just. How much did the product cost you?
Not so much. I think.
Was the fine? Here's what I'm trying to get at. Was the fine more expensive
fine
than
was
the
bigger.
product? Yeah. Okay. So then I would have just been like,
Exactly.
I don't accept the product. Then never mind. I'd have been like, screw it. I don't want it. Don't give it to ship it back.
Wait.
Yeah, but I mean, like, how do you know? How did you know that they were going to be counterfeit?
They sent me an email that it was fake.
Oh, so you knew it was counterfeit?
No. After it was sent here.
Well, then that's not your fault.
So the moment it arrived here, they sent me an email
you should
saying
send that,
it was fake.
You should send that email to whoever it is that's finding and fight it and say like, hey, look, I had no idea it was fake until they sent me this email and I got it after I had already ordered it and there was no way for me to. Right?
Yeah.
But that's not your fault.
Ever since, don't order things from Facebook. You know something strange? I don't know if you're on Facebook.
I am, but I'm not.
Lately, I've been getting a lot of ads, too many ads. It's crazy, and I can't seem to block them. Is it true that Mr. Zuckerberg, if you don't want to see the ads, you have to have a paid membership?
I don't know, man. I'm not on Facebook anymore
because he got fined by Europe. You guys are well aware of that, right?
I don't care.
They fined the European Union. They fined Facebook like 2 billion euros, and Apple too. Yeah, they fine them all the time because they don't, they don't comply with regulations here. It's So I it's disturbing. I'm thinking about closing my Facebook.
Yeah,
it's really annoying.
I don't deal with Facebook anymore, so I'm done with it.
You still have a profile or not?
I do, but I
Well,
had closed it out for a long time, and then I reactivated it.
It's difficult to
but
close it out, actually.
I don't use it anymore. So
it's interesting though, Stock Whiz. The debate. I mean, if these people they build these channels, if you will, it's like a TV channel, and people are using them. How else are they going to monetize it? How else do they make money? On the TV, you put out a TV channel, the people buy advertisements and they play commercials. So I get the whole free speech thing and everybody should have everything, but I'm curious as to how the system is supposed to pay for itself if it's just free for everybody.
I understand.
Advertising.
Like in the TV, I don't know if it's
so then it's logical then if you want to say, listen, I don't want to watch the advertisings, I'll just pay $5 a month to be a part of KC Stream, and then you don't have to shove the you get $5 from me personally, so you don't have to force me to watch the commercials. I think that's fair. That's a fair choice.
But in regards to TV, you have, I don't know if you can, in America that exists, you have like, you can block the ads by exactly paying amounts, and you don't get to see the ads. It skips them for you.
Yeah. Like CPR just said, YouTube does that with their premium service. You buy the premium and you don't have to listen to ads. I got to do numbers.
It's normal, like if you go back and say like the Super Bowl, people pay millions of dollars for 30 seconds of commercial. So it's normal it has to generate money. So that's what Pirate was saying, right? It's normal.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't mean to delay the numbers. He's
It's
right. We're
big
14,
business.
14 minutes
Let's go.
late.
Let's go on with your numbers. We're all ears.
Numbers time. Numbers time. All right, let's see here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day on off exchange, I would expect to see about what time is it? 1 o'clock. 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Currently, there's 60.95% going through off exchange, and we have EDGX at 5.88, combined total 66.33%. It's about 2.83% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. We're definitely seeing an elevated amount of volume in CHX at 12,000 shares, but that's not nearly close to the 30,000 that I think is a big number. For GME, CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 6,718. 6,718 shares. IBKR reporting in the last hour, no changes to fees for loanable shares or the amount available. Let's see what Ortex is saying here. As of an hour ago, Ortex was saying 368,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. It's now 619,000 shares. That's going to raise the estimated short-share interest of the free float to 14.36. The cost per borrow mins at 0.39, average 1.21, and max is 2.73. Shares on loan for the day today is at a new all-time high at 53.83 million shares on loan. You can see I think you can see at the bottom down there, it said over a 3-month period of time, that's an increase of 291.06% short interest, or shares on loan, I should say. Sorry. The total amount of shares day over day on loan is increased by 140,000 shares. Ortex is estimated about 52,000 of those is in new short interest. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $4.50 strike with 14.3 thousand contracts in volume. We're now at 16.3 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4 strike. An hour ago, there was 4.7 thousand contracts. It's now 5,000 contracts. We have the closing price between for the day-to-day markets are the options are kind of suggesting that we're going to close somewhere between $4 and $4.50. MMRI an hour ago was at 274.87. It's now 275.63. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.376 as of an hour ago and is now currently at 0.375, just very slightly different, lower. Yep. NASDAQ is up 0.05. Dow Jones is down 0.37. And the S&P 500 is down 0.12. We have 2,936 advancers to 2,756 decliners. That's actually 2 less advancers than it was an hour ago. So the market is not advancing as much as it was. Very marginally different. The sectors that are performing the best for the day today are energy and utilities. The worst performing sectors are industrials and communications. The Mag 7, 3 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that are plus or minus 2.5% or greater are going to get a shout out. Coinbase is up 9.18. Silvergate's down 9.09. NYCB is down 5.08. I don't see any others. Gold is up 0.43 and trending down. Silver is up 0.03 trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 3.06% and starting to trend down. The US dollar is up 0.22 and starting to trend up. Oil is down. Actually, oil is breaking even for the day-to-day, but trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down 0.15 and consolidating. SPY is down 0.07 and trending up. VIX is up 0.84 and starting to consolidate once again after it was on a trend up. VTI is down 0.02 trending up. VB is up 0.34 trending up. Tesla is up 1.49% and trending up. Amazon is up 0.65 trending up. Cinemark is down 0.33 and consolidating after a downtrend. Doge is up 4.51 and is trending down. Bitcoin is up 4.95 and consolidating after a trend up. GME is up 13.59% and trending up. HYMC is down 0.11 and trending down. NCMI is down 3.91, trending down, actually consolidating after a trend down. Hood is up 3.94 and consolidating after a trend up, and AMC is up 0.72, and it's a little bit of a downtrend right now. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day. We just barely, 50,000 shares, $50,000 rather. More inflow than outflow. It's almost identical here. 6.12 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 289 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 8.25 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In the pre-market, I suggested that we would see somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so we're on target for that. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 37.72, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 48.02, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 53.13, which is just slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.44, which is just slightly above average. And with that, that's all I got for you guys.
I see they're still trading OTC orders. You see that?
Oh yeah, yep. I would ignore a lot of, because sometimes if I feel like if they don't know what exchange it is exactly, it oftentimes will just come through as OTC. Like if you pull this on Fidelity, it'll give you like a better identification code for where it's trading. But yeah, OTC, right? We already know that over 60% of our volume's going through off exchanges. And with that, I think I'm going to head to break, guys. Break time.
Another one?
Another one. Crazy, right?
Okay, guys, catch you up later. I'm off work.
Take care, man.
Thank you. We'll see you.
Papa Max saying we were raised if we sat too close to the TV. If we sat too close to the TV, we would ruin our vision. Now people wear TVs like glasses. I say that all the time, but it's not the same though as well. I mean, it's not like there's like a big proton gun firing rays out through these. You know, a lot of stuff nowadays is like all LED based or whatever. So I'm sure it's a little bit different. I'm pretty sure those old tube TVs. Let's see.
You know, that's the same with video games, KC. Video games use those big tubes.
I said proton.
They
It's
store an
electron.
incredible amount of. incredible amount of energy. If you go to work on one of those older style video games, you have to discharge. There's a safety protocol you have to go through to unload all that stored up energy. It's like a giant battery because it can kill you. There's you have to know a little something, like I said, before you dive into the backside of some of those video games and the old school tube TVs.
Yeah, I think a lot of it was the fact that people were really kind of scared of that electron gun that was in the tube TVs, where that's not really an issue anymore. But it's still probably not that great for your eyes either, though. It's funny
I had
though.
one of the original TVs that had the 3 color guns in it, KC. So it was a big screen, but the thing was a behemoth. It was like 3 feet deep.
Yeah.
It had a big mirror in the backside of it, and then it had 3 color guns. I think three primary colors. And then you had to line it. You had to do a test. If you moved the TV or rolled it around and it bumped those guns out of line, the TV would be fuzzy. Periodically, you'd have to make it. It would do like a nesting thing where it would self-align all the major colors. But yeah, they've come a long ways.
Yep. I still find myself telling the kids, like, if I have, not my kids, but because they're old enough now to where they don't sit in front of the TV. But if I have, like, my sister-in-law brings her kids over and they're standing in front of the TV, I'm like, guys, get back from the TV a little bit. I don't know. And I sit there and I go, like, you know what? Why am I worried? I say it, but maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. I don't know.
So others can see the TV as well. The closer they sit, the more it obstructs the view from the people in the back. But I don't know, man. It seems like that's a dying tradition where people all just sit around and watch the same program together. People, even at dinner tables, you go watch at a family that's out to dinner and everybody's staring down at their phone. So I think everybody's gone to their personal devices for entertainment. Makes you wonder if there's going to even be a place going forward for the TV as being a centerpiece of the room.
Yeah.
Can I quickly ask something?
No.
No.
No? Anybody know a thing or two about cars?
More than most of us care to admit. Some of us, yeah, go ahead.
I get a picture from a friend that has issue with his car. And he's saying charging system fault. And he's showing
you just lost like 80% of the people in here. Keep going.
Chart minus. Go ahead.
Charging fault. What?
It's not an electric car. It's a Range Rover Evoque.
Oh, okay.
Showing it where on a dash on a code reader or a dashboard. Okay,
dash. And it's like the plus and the minus from a battery.
Right.
And underneath is saying charging system fault. So I assume
so the traditional vehicles that have a battery on them, they are continually charged if the car is running by an alternator. It's like a little generator, and it's spun by a fan belt, and that fan belt spins that little. It's just a real basic a DC motor, and it pumps direct current into that battery and keeps it charged for you and runs all of your 12-volt systems in your car.
Mm-hmm.
If that alternator goes bad, the car's no longer producing electricity. So he needs to have that looked at right away, because if it is indeed that's what's happening, the car will continue to run for a short while using the power that's in the battery to power up its necessary functions. Whether it's ignition, primary computer, or whatever. But if he drives at night and he turns those headlights on, just the headlights alone will deplete that battery so fast that he'll be lucky if he even makes it home. So A, don't use the headlights, and B, he needs to have it to find out. Now, also understand it might not be the matter of it's just the alternator. It could be some part that's in between there. There's probably 3 possibilities there. He needs to address that, or he'll find himself on the side of the road.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You bet, man.
All right, I'm off to break. I'll see you guys in a bit.
I'm going to hang out here with the fellas.
Sounds good. All right, let me put on some music for you guys, and I will see you guys back here at 2:10.
Hi folks, Johnny Boyle here. It's a privilege to see the brilliant content you're creating with my music. If you're enjoying Upbeat, why not go premium? I guarantee you won't look back. Hi folks, Johnny Boyle here. It's a privilege to see the brilliant content you're creating with my music. If you're enjoying Upbeat, why not go premium? I guarantee you won't look back.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Windows roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the grit and grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. MC ticker, keys on rolling, stop shots and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all inside. Oh, ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight.
All right, I'm back. Time to take a look at the numbers here. Nickel Tramp, the number one band on the airwaves, Dynamite says. Nickel Tramp. That's a pretty good one. I like that. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look and see what we got going one last time for the day today before it is over. Don't forget, guys, we only have 4 days of trading this week. We have Good Friday and Easter this coming weekend, so we will be off, no trading on Friday. Don't forget about that. All right. Let's see what we got going on. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange right around 66% total going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got 60.64% going through off exchange, EDGX at 5.84. The combined total 66.48%, or 0.48% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. So pretty normal volume levels. CHX is a little elevated today with 12,000 shares going through CHX for AMC. GME's CHX volume is also elevated today at 7,048 shares. According to IBKR, no new shares having been borrowed or returned, so still 50,000 shares available. Fees are at 0.57%. As of an hour ago, Ortex was saying 619,000 shares had been borrowed in total. We're at 983,000 shares now. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 14.41%. That is approximately... the cost to borrow mins at 0.39, average is 1.4, and max is 4.33. The total amount of shares on loan for the day today is at 53.83 million shares on loan. That's a new all-time high record, and 140,000 shares more on loan today than there was on Friday. Ortex is estimating that about 52,000 of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $4.50 strike with 16.3 thousand contracts. It's now 17,000 contracts. Highest amount of puts coming in at $4 strike. There was 5,000 contracts an hour ago, now 5.2. Market is still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $4.50 by the end of the day today. MMRI. As of an hour ago, it was at 275.63. It's now 275.34. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. An hour ago was 0.375 and is now currently at 0.375, so no change in the last hour. NASDAQ is down 0.06, Dow Jones is down 0.4, S&P 500 is down 0.18. We have 2,635 advancers to 3,068 decliners. The market, it's more declining this hour than it was an hour ago. The best performing sectors for the day today in the market are energy and utilities. The worst performing sectors is industrial, and it looks like technology. Institutions that have changed, or I'm sorry, let's go with the Mag 7 first. 3 out of the 7 of the Mag 7 are in the green for this afternoon. Financial institutions that are up plus or minus 2.5, up or down plus or minus 2.5% or greater for the day is going to get a shout out. Coinbase is up 7.89%. Silvergate's down 9.09. NYCB down 5.51. And that's about it. Gold is up 0.35 and trending down. Silver is down 0.07 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 2.77, trending down. US dollar is up 0.22 and consolidating after a little bit of an uptrend. Oil is down 0.4 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down 0.12 and trending up. SPY is up, down 0.15 and trending down. VIX is up 0.46 and consolidating a little bit, just a little higher than 13. VTI is down 0.12 and trending down. VB is up 0.08, trending down. Tesla is down 0.95, trending down. Amazon is up 0.58, trending slightly down. Cinemark is down 0.61 and consolidating after a downtrend. Doge is up 4.05 and trending down. Bitcoin is up 5.03 and trending up. GME is up 13.47% and trending up. HYMC is down 0.86 and trending down. NCMI is down 5.06, trending down. HUD is up 3.85 and consolidating after an uptrend. AMC is up 0.12 and slightly trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, we have approximately $200,000 more outflow than inflow now. 6.86 million shares traded so far. After 349 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace here for about 7.66 million shares traded before the end of the day is over. And that is within the 5 to 25 million shares I was suggesting in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we have currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 35.72, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 44.94, which is above, slightly below average, On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 46.06, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, RSI at 45.31, and just slightly below average. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. Head back over here to the main page and head back to the back of the Big Tramp.
What is it called? A creditor, like he gets a creditor online.
Yeah,
and
that's Casey's horn. You're live right now. You know you're live right now. Just so you know.
Okay, I told him, your math doesn't.
I'll be right back.
Yes, sir.
Your math doesn't add up. You made a mistake, and he was saying no. It's the he was a Puerto Rican. I started thinking like, is this dude family of rest in peace Lou?
Oh, that's funny. No, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what country they're from.
No, but
it just the way the automobile industry is set up in the United States is that it's an industry, and it's not designed to give away cars at the cheapest price.
It's crazy.
The industry in the United States is set up to sell automobiles and extract the most amount of profit per customer that they can.
Correct.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. Just understand that that's what you're up against when you go in there.
But it was those areas where you drive those long lanes and on the street, and left and right there are all those automobile dealers. We just got a crook one,
What did I come back into?
In Pensacola, Florida, they have a road that's called Car City, an area that's called Car City. And it's just literally one car lot after another of brand new dealerships throughout.
Yeah,
and
but
it's centrally located in Pensacola, and it's there to try to sell automobiles. And
I think
it's just a huge industry.
We were there because there was actually we went someplace, and it was an hour away from Brandon, Florida. And we went to a car dealer that was selling Lamborghini, Bentley, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
And before, it was those long, a long street, and left and right there were all those
I'm a lover of all things mechanical. I mean, I could easily be one of those steampunk guys that wants to go back and make everything steam driven. But I love automobiles, and I love fancy exotic automobiles. But my sense of preservation, my greed, if you will, a tiger can't change his stripes. I just have a hard time spending the kind of money they want for some of these luxury vehicles when I know what that can do to not just my family, but generations of my family going forward. Again, this is how different people think. That all that whole Win Lambo crowd and all that. I'm not talking about the ones who joke, the ones who are serious. It's the same as the TikTok bunch. There's more of an interest in appearing wealthy. They want to look. That's why they lean up against somebody else's Ferrari and have their picture taken and put it on TikTok. Is they're not concerned about achieving wealth or building financial success. They just want to live a lifestyle that brings that whole reputation with it. So it's a whole lot of fakery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not a buy Lambo guy. I'm all for high quality cars. I'm all for most bang for your buck, and to me, my idea of exotic is Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Chevrolet. I mean, I don't need to fool around with these one-off cars that are more often than not poorly put together. They lack any kind of anything that justifies the expense that they get for some of them, as opposed to some of the cars that are more available to the masses.
I'll find out what is the problem now, but it's the second time. But of course, she drove a lot of mileage on it already.
Well, even the guys at Pep Boys, sometimes they'll whip out a few tools. When I say they'll install a belt for you for free, I don't know. Each store is different, managed differently. But around us, if a lady pulls up to a Pep Boys or an AutoZone, usually they'll walk out and put on a windshield wipers for her. They'll go out and put a new serpentine belt on if it's just a matter of pulling back the tension on a self-tensioner idler pulley. And then sometimes even putting a battery in. I've seen them put batteries in it, and it takes tools. You literally have to have a few wrenches to put a battery in. So I don't want to mislead you by telling you she can just pull up in front of a Pep Boys and have her needs met. I'm just saying that should be your first go-to, given a choice, before you just pay a $300 tow truck and have it pulled straight off to the Range Rover dealership. Yeah.
Hey, Pirate, I don't know if it's the same at your Pep Boys, but I found that when my wife unbuttons two of her top buttons on her shirt, it guarantees the windshield wipers to be put in.
Lose the bra. The bra. Yeah. Just lose the bra, take it off, throw it in the back seat, stick it in your purse, whatever you got to do with it. But get them pokies out. Yeah. Lose the bra. And,
It's that way in Georgia. I'm not sure where you're living at, but yeah. It doesn't hurt. It definitely greases the skids, as they say.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's people who can get mad about it, or you can just understand the rules of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I even know that she got new wipers because she walks in without her bra, and I go, "Oh, new wipers."
Yeah, exactly.
She goes, no. It's got a battery.
There you go. Yeah. Because we're men.
That's weird. Like
and
I
that's
always,
the way we operate. We're pigs, man. Yeah.
I feel like the first thing that goes through my mind when my wife walks in and says I got new windshield wipers, when I got the oil change, the first thing that goes through my mind is not oh hey look, she's actually wearing the bra still. The first thought that goes through my mind is did they get you for the air filter too?
Damn. I don't know, man.
Nice.
I can't tell you how many times like that. That's the number one thing that they get them for is the air filters. It's always the air filter.
Well, we hung out just like fellas do, and I had a good time just talking shop and mechanical stuff. And his girlfriend or friend is having trouble on the side of the road, so we kind of did an impromptu do-it-yourself helper channel to help walk her through, what was going on. But I still maintain that most Americans have become, it's not a nice way of saying it, kind of lazy. We'll go ahead and say, just use the word lazy, that they don't really want to do much of anything anymore. And car repair and maintenance is one of those things. And business abhors a vacuum, much like nature. Once the business world figures out that there's a way that they can exploit people's weaknesses, then they're going to do it. That's how you end up with a population that pays for everything. I mean, people, man, they don't want to do anything. They don't even want to change their own light bulbs in their fucking house anymore.
So check this out. My mother-in-law needed the battery replaced on her vehicle just recently, and we went to go jump start her at her work the other night. We had to get up at like 2 o'clock in the morning because she's a night shift worker, so she got off at 2 o'clock in the morning. And I guess I need to give you guys a little bit of a backstory. So she's a smoker, and since she works night shift, she likes to go out to her car in the parking lot and smoke from her vehicle. And she'll turn the vehicle just to battery position and use like all kinds of like car lights, and I don't know why. Don't ask me. I have no idea. But she uses a radio and all kinds of stuff while it's just sitting and not running. And so she called us up and she needed a jump. So we came out there, and this is actually the second time she got my brother-in-law the other day, and so she called us up next, and so we were number 2 on site. And we went out there and we jumped her, and I told her, I said, I was looking at the battery. I said, I'd replace your battery for you, but I have never seen this on a vehicle like this before, where they had a circuit board that was mounted and installed on top of the battery, so it was not just like an easy, quick and replace kind of thing. And I didn't know if it was going to. I had never seen it before. It was nothing. It wasn't like a quick and easy battery install, take in and out kind of thing. Take off the top bracket and just. I replace batteries all the time, and I've never seen this. So I told her, I said, you probably need to take this into the dealership. And she's like, yeah, it's under warranty still. And I was like, great, take it into the dealership. It'll cost you a little money for a battery, $200 or something like that. I don't know how much. And then you'll be good to go, because her car was obviously having battery issues. And she took it in to one of these other places. You said Pep. I don't remember what you guys said. She took it into like a Pep Boys or something like that. And they told her that she needed a new air filter. They said the battery checked out okay. And I told her, I said, this is why I told you not to run your car again until you got the battery replaced. Like don't turn your car on until because she was still getting, the car would start up fine as long as she hadn't sat out in the car and smoked in it for an hour on a break. And so I told her, I was like, you're going to be just fine. It's still got plenty of charge, without you sitting in the car and doing what it is that you do. Make sure you go in there and tell them you needed the battery replaced.
Funny things happen, though. Sometimes it trips codes. Everything's got these goddamn computers now. Casey, you guys and your fucking computer chips and your fucking wafers.
Yeah, I know.
And all this bullshit that you've invented and
So-
you put under the hood of a car.
So
Yeah,
she
he's
takes
a
it
little
in.
wafer
She
maker,
takes it
like what
in.
he made back in the day or
She
whatever
takes
they
it
call
in, and they tell her she needs a new air filter, and that's her problem. And I'm like, that's not why your car's not starting. It has nothing to do with your cabin filter. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. Like, she paid. I don't know how much money she paid, but she paid like their general whatever inspection. What is it? $80?
Yeah, sure. Look,
$80 to get told that
it's a battlefield out here. Listen, man. Here's another one. Somebody else put it in the chat earlier, and I want to give them credit for this, but I'm going to pick up what he was laying down. KC, they got batteries now where Mrs. Pyre's car has a primary battery, and then it's got a little bitty motherfucking battery that's up. And listen, check this out. You're going to love this. I I shit you not, Yuck, I had to take the kick panels, part of the interior loose,
Yep.
all the way up onto the dashboard. It was a motherfucking nightmare. And listen,
Yes.
I got mad skills.
Yes.
And this little battery was the size of something that you'd see like in a trail camera. Or
I couldn't-
just a little
Pirate,
bit.
I couldn't get-
It's like
I
half
couldn't
the,
get-
half the size of a motorcycle battery. Half the size of a motorcycle.
I couldn't even get to jump her car. I couldn't even get to the negative terminal.
Yep.
There was no negative terminal there to get to.
Well, you know. Well, see, this is where I could have helped you out, and it's okay. It's not your fault, but always remember the negative can go anywhere on that car.
I understand on the frame.
Hot lead.
I get it, but see
Yeah.
the thing is I've
But
always
if you can get that hot lead on, and then you can ground the black one to anything else on that car that's steel.
yeah. I know
she'll
I know
get-
this.
she'll charge.
I
She'll
know
charge.
this, but I'm used to
Oh, okay.
going with the negative terminal, right? So
Oh, I got you. Went straight to
so
it. Yep. Yeah, I
but
get it.
I
Yeah.
couldn't. But when I went
Just
looking for
anyone.
what I'm trying to say is when I went looking for her negative terminal, I couldn't even find it. It was hidden under like they had paneling over the battery in such a way
Oh,
where
I
you
know,
could
yeah.
not even
And
get
it's,
to.
and it's done. It's intentional. That's all intentional, man. That's all intentional.
Yeah, I was.
Okay, so did you say you used jumper cables?
Huh?
Did you use jumper cables?
Yeah.
Now I might be preaching to the choir here. I never carry cables anymore. Check this out, and you may even know what this is. Well, that's me, but okay. Sorry, I'm in my car. I've actually got. You see the bag here?
Hold on a second. Yeah.
Watch this.
Am I supposed to show this to everybody?
You can
Okay.
look at that bad boy.
Yeah.
Plug the cables into that box, and it will start a tractor trailer. And it charges. It charges in the car. Turn it on. Tells you how much of a charge it's got. Hook the two little cables into this side here. And you can start anything.
Yeah.
And you don't need somebody to do it. Keep it in your car.
Yeah.
I was at a track meet with Hayes the other day, and this lady saw me. She goes, "Do you have cables?" I said, "Nope, I've got better."
Yeah.
Plugged into her car, boom, done. And it'll fit right under your seat. This thing by Noco Boost Plus. They make all sorts of different sizes, but this is the one I happened to buy from Batteries Plus. This thing is incredible.
Wait, let me finish my story here because we're getting off track.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Pirate, I took the negative terminal and I plugged it into the beefiest steel frame portion of the vehicle that I could find. We went to go jump the car and it wouldn't jump. I had to go into I went into the manual, the owner's manual for the vehicle. There is a little tiny peg that sticks out in the top right-hand corner, a little tiny stud that sticks out. You have to connect. I think you have to connect to that because it was connected to a beefy steel looking portion of the vehicle, and it would not jump start. As soon as I attached it to that little tiny peg, it immediately it jumped. It jumped.
I spoke a little too. I was generalizing it a little bit too much. If it's heavily painted or if it's corroded or whatever, you can't just. I shouldn't just say you could go anywhere on the car. I probably misspoken out.
No, I know, but you and I both know I know what I'm talking about. I was looking for a nice beefy steel section that
at all.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is it didn't work. It didn't work by doing that. I had to find the terminal that you have to connect to.
Just get Danny to help you, man. Next time, Danny knows everything.
Anyways, it just kind of pissed me off that she took it in, and then people are trying to sell her a new air filter like that was her problem. They told her her battery was perfectly fine.
Yeah.
And I was like, I told her, I said, you didn't tell them that you sit out in your car and smoke during your breaks. You need to tell them that, and that's because she's embarrassed to say those kind of things. And And so I was like, you should have told them that, because then they would have changed out your battery regardless, and you need to go in. So she had to schedule another appointment for, someplace else, and she got the battery.
Another one?
Yeah, another one. She got the battery installed, and now it's running just fine. But so like I couldn't believe those people are trying to sell her that air filter stuff is.
They're hedgies, man. That's why. Those guys are probably shorting AMC, and they're not telling her.
The farm, KC, I had sometimes I would take you take a vehicle and you can hardwire the jumper cables to your donor battery, like your farm truck. You leave them permanently mounted on the battery. Then you route the cables down and you stick it through the front bumper, and then it has the end of it is a quick disconnect plug. Then all you need to do is, whenever you have to jump a tractor or another car or the wife's vehicle, whatever, you just pull your vehicle up to it, and you never have to open. I never had to open my hood. All I had to do is put the positive and negative on your vehicle, and then plug it into that little plug right by my license plate holder.
Hmm.
And it was, but that's kind of like
what Hayden's got.
when you build a vehicle around something where you're going to be helping a lot of people, or you're running a small business with it or something. That was one of the advantages of having something that was, you just knew you were going to do that kind of. It's one thing if you've got to pull a set of jumper cables out once every 5 years, but it's another if you find yourself where you need to jump somebody or something weekly.
UPS delivery guys blaming Hayden and Danny on being infomercial pushers. Oh, son of a bitch,
Yep.
Danny. Where is Danny?
Yeah, you know,
I
Danny.
didn't
not
even
here back
talk
here.
about. I didn't even talk about if you buy 2 of those battery chargers, I'll throw in a silicone mat.
I knew it.
A bread.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Now, how long is this offer good for? Is this by today? Did they have to put? They got to put promo code haters in.
Offer good forever?
The reason I will do a deal like that, it's because that's the way I roll.
I like it. You heard it here first, people. You heard it here first. If you buy the jumper box, you get not 1 but 2 of the roll your own Play-Doh Baker's roll mats, and you got to use promo code UPS drivers a hater. That's the promo code UPS driver guy is a hater to get the special discount today.
It's make UPS guy work.
Operators are standing by.
And if you want an extra 10%, you go promo code these. That should give you a couple more.
I hate jumper cables because they always take up so much room. These little battery boxes are the jam. I mean, they'll fit anywhere.
Jam.
I don't know. Come on, man. The cables don't take up that much room. Give me a break.
They always get dirty and they're on the ground.
You keep
them
in a bag.
The battery.
I just got whatever. I just got a pair and they're real compact and small. Is he in here?
You got those little cheesy ones. Those little horrible ones. This thing has got some serious cables on it. Start a tractor trailer with this thing.
Rex, good afternoon.
I got real cables.
Brandon, good afternoon.
And the distinct pleasure one time, KC, to see a battery explode in a guy's face.
Oh.
I was in the truck. He worked for me. He had the hood up. He was I was giving him a jump, but he'd opened the hood up. He walked up, and I looked with my hood up. I could see through the crack, like the windshield wiper crack. I watched him reach down with both the cables, and when it sparked, it ignited all those the gases. I guess those batteries give off, the old style acid batteries gave off a flammable gas, but it exploded and it blew the entire top of the battery off. It knocked him over backwards onto the ground. I got out of the truck. He had acid on his face. We wiped it all off. But the only reason he didn't lose his eyesight was he had prescription glasses on. I remember to this day thinking if that had been one of my guys that had good eyesight, he'd probably be blind to this very day. So when they tell you got to be really careful, wear eye protection and look the other direction, it's really important because batteries can explode.
I've exploded before.
On your face?
On someone's face.
On your
See, that's why That's why too. I was trying to tell somebody earlier. That's how the old-fashioned batteries would die, Casey. They would flake off inside. Those lead plates would scale, and those flakes would flake off until that metal accumulated at the bottom, and eventually it would build up until it grounded out the two plates. Because you know the way that battery worked. You have a battery, a plate and a gap, a plate and a gap, and a plate and a gap with acid in between. Well, those plates can't touch, and that's what happens when the older ones they corrode and they go bad. But if you pick a battery up and you're carrying it across your garage, or you take the battery out of Melissa's Jeep and you're carrying it, if you tilt that battery on its side, you can cause it to explode in your hands because you're dumping all those little settlings, all that little metal goop that's at the bottom of that battery. It may be a real thin layer, but when you pick that battery up and tilt it as you're carrying it, all that little look like graphite sludge slides to one side of that battery, and it can set that thing off like a bomb right in your hands. So anytime you carry those batteries, you need to keep them perpendicular to the ground.
Yeah.
If you drop a battery from a plane when it lands, will it explode?
No.
All right.
I learned the hard way
It'll shadow. It won't explode from like a chemical reaction. The impact of it, the sudden stop will make it shattered into a million pieces. But if you think it's going to go off like some sort of a device with stored energy, no, it doesn't work that way.
Oh, okay.
I learned the hard way when I was living in Arizona that I had never lived in a place before that was that hot, and I did not know that in living in those kind of situations you need to top off the water in your battery. And I had a battery that failed one time that was under warranty still, because I usually buy the warranty on them. And I took it into the auto parts store, and they opened up the caps on the thing. They're like, "This thing's bone dry." And I was like, "What? What do you mean? Am I supposed to do something? I have to put water in there?" They're like, "Yeah." They're like, "We can't honor the warranty when it's dry like this." And I was like, "Oh, son of a bitch." So now what I do is if the battery dies,
would be quick to add.
I always check.
It's distilled water too.
Yeah, right. When I have a battery that dies now, because it's not as hot here as it is in Arizona, but if I have a battery that dies now, I always pop it open, check it real fast just to make sure it's not dry at all, and then fill it if I need to, and then take it in. I'm not making that mistake again, taking in a dry battery.
You know the recommended levels for that, right?
So you can't see the plates not covered anymore?
Yes, sir. Yep, you are the man. Just enough to cover the plates, but you want to leave it. I guess it's critical. You want the plates covered, obviously, but you need to leave an air gap in the top for those dangerous fumes. But yep, you're on it, my friend.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that living in Arizona that they dried up like that. I'd never. Most places in the U.S. you don't have to worry about those kind of things. Arizona's kind of unique like that. Most people's batteries last the 3 to 5 years that they normally do. Yeah, Papa Mac's saying it must be distilled water. Yeah, I always carry distilled water in the garage. Don't ask. It's a long story, but I have lots of bottles of distilled water from back when I bought the Challenger. That I never used. I had so many good intentions when I bought that car, and then they just didn't go anywhere. You like how
buy the bulk acid, the liquid that's not just the water, but the acid itself. We kept around I don't know 2 or 3 quarts of that. It was like in a package. It had a little hose with it was almost like a little keg, like a little keg type setup, and you could service batteries by putting acid in them. We had that for quite a while. Try to squeeze more life, because batteries it's a big expense. You want to try to squeeze all the life out of them you can.
Yeah. Well, I don't think today I have a unique price prediction, but I don't think I get an extra bonus point unless the price closes at 407 or lower. So I think because who was it? TB has a 372 to 452, which means he's targeting 412 for price prediction. So he's going to be actually closer than I am, but he doesn't have a unique price prediction because Twisty's within 10 cents of his price prediction. So I'm not going to be getting any bonus points today, I don't think, but it was close. Where is Danny? See, Danny, now now that he's got some kind of level of potential responsibility, he's just not showing up now.
Yeah, you can't.
You can hardly blame him. It's not like he had a say in the matter. We just kind of clubbed him over the head with it.
I know.
Dance
No.
monkey.
I know. Yeah. The pressure is too great.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to dance.
He doesn't want to joke tell for a living.
It's going to make him popular. That's why.
Oh, maybe it's because I didn't send him. Maybe I was supposed to send him a joke earlier this morning.
A DM? Maybe you were supposed to do that.
I was supposed to.
Time.
See, this is a failure of leadership then.
Well, I wasn't thinking about it because we didn't really come up with a topic for the day. That was my fault. Well, I guess we'll just skip today. We'll wait. We'll give him something for tomorrow.
Name this song.
Metallica Battery.
Nice job. I was stumped, man. I'm not a huge Metallica guy. I mean, I know their greatest hits and all. You know, what's Enter the Sandman and another one or two of them. But good job, man.
Very nice. And now the stream has been demonetized and stricken from the record.
Yeah.
Yeah, Metallica's like super strict about their content, which is really. Yeah, you know, I get it. I get it.
4 bars of a guitar solo.
I get it, but some people are like more assholes about it than others. Like, I mean, it's one thing if somebody's making money.
Preferred if we just not play random
if it
shit.
happens, you'll know for sure.
Yeah,
because like that's not even the main part of the song, right?
Yeah, we'll know. We'll know if what happens at the end of the day here. But it doesn't take very much to key in on the tune. He's probably good with what he played.
Man.
God forbid you play a Billy Joel song. Oh my gosh, that one's like probably the worst.
Hey, I always wanted to ask you, man. I'm just late in the day to pick a fight like this, so maybe that's good that I can ask you now. But what do you think of Bob Seger, man? I'm not going to tell you what I think. I want to know what you think.
I don't think about him at all.
Damn, it disappoints me. I'm a big Bob Seger fan. I like a storyteller song. You know, he's big. So, fair enough. Not your thing. Yeah, I can see where the age, we got 10 years apart on us, so I can see where that might be a part of it too. But oh well, I took that on the chin.
Yeah, I'm not. Hold on a second here. What she said. I'm looking to see.
Yeah, it sounds like a rock, which he sold out. Chevrolet.
Yep.
Took it.
Old time rock and roll.
The song there's recently old time rock and roll, which I'm not real big. That Tom Cruise helped him out with that one a little bit, but Roll Me Away, Won't You Roll Me Away Tonight? That's a pretty good song. It kind of loosely was regarded as a biker's performer. You know, he had a lot of stuff that seemed to go hand in glove with the free spirited running down the road on a Harley. Yep.
I was kind of I was a late bloomer as far as, you know, music starting. or I guess just listening to music in general. I feel like I was a late bloomer, and then I also didn't really do like the whole like concert stuff. Wasn't really big into that until later on in life. So, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. For as much love as I have for music, the knowledge is not there. So,
Well, I'm just a big fan, and there's Bob Seger's one of those guys. I think it's become all too easy to for the people who want to appear to be some sort of like musical intellectual elites, but there's a lot of hate, coming his way, and I'm sure some of it's because of the sellout to Chevrolet for his song. But hey, man, a guy's got to pay the bills.
Mm.
We all have a house payment, so.
Yep. Someone's got to feed the monkey.
What are you gonna feed the monkey, Yucca?
Someone's got to feed it whatever you want. Bananas,
Sticks and stones.
whatever it takes. Nuts.
My hands were steady. My eyes were clear and bright. I stood firm for what I thought was right, like a rock.
Is that a poem you wrote?
No, man. My walk had purpose. My eyes were clear and bright. Something like that.
Are you on a full gummy now?
Yeah, man, I'm one in. Can you tell I'm getting all philosophical?
Yeah, you're getting very philosophical. It's like
good call. You called it, man.
It's almost
Absolutely.
like I feel like you're gonna cry any moment, though. It's like kind of weird.
Unencumbered. Oh no, man. I'm unencumbered by the weight of all these hustlers and their schemes.
I'm afraid to say anything sensitive.
Oh no, man. I'm actually in a good place, man. It's the absolute opposite of that. No, I was talking about the
extra
Bob
sensitive
Seger song "Like a Rock." The lyrics in there like line up with our whole. It's us till the very end,
Yeah, but I mean,
Immovable
it's
like
like
a rock.
it's very sentimental for you right now. So I feel like you're in that.
No,
I feel like you're in that.
I just-
Like, are you touching a piece of fabric right now and like just kind of rubbing it, and like thinking to yourself
I can
like
always tell when
how nice it feels.
peeking. When I'm peeking, as I close my eyes so I can focus on the conversation, so I miss a lot of the chat. That's always my first tell. Is if I find myself sitting here with my eyes closed, I know I'm over-medicated.
I imagine you having like some corduroy or something like that around that you're just kind of like rubbing your fingers over right now, just constantly back and forth.
Fuck off! Fuck out of here with it. Get the fuck out of here with it.
I don't know how these drugs work, so I don't know if maybe that's more of a yucca mushroom kind of thing, or if that's a.
Yucca was doing drugs on the live stream.
I don't think he's ever done that. I don't think he's ever done that before.
I've done a shot on the live stream.
Audio tits. I said 518 to 5.
Heroin or what?
518 to 522 is the range that I gave you guys, and 520 was the middle point on the SPY. So, in regards to where it went to, it did go a little bit higher than that. Made it up to 524, and is starting to work its way back down now. So 518 was the beginning number. I kind of gave you guys a range. You need to go back and listen. Be really careful about. I always find that there's really kind of people who like to pick on like really specific things, and every time you run across one of these people who want to like try and fault you for making a prediction about something, they always just take a portion of what you've said and not the whole thing, and walking away with the whole thing and saying like, okay, well, what did he really say? And I said 518 to 522, with the 520 being right in the middle point. And you can see I've got it marked on the page here. I've had it down 520 for a long time. It's this red line here. And yeah, I hit 524.11 and then immediately started retracing back down. I think that's a pretty damn good prediction range to come up with, and we'll see if it continues to fall back down, though. I don't know if it's going to continue that direction, but
Papa Max correcting you. He said you got the name wrong. It's not Audio Tits. He said it's Audi Otis.
Oh, it looks like audio tits.
I like audio tits better myself.
Yeah.
Can we just stick with audio tits, or do we got to let Papa Mac?
No, it's audio tits from now on.
Fuck you, Papa Mac. Audio tits it is, man.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Casey, is the dropping of the spy aligned to a market crash or a potential incoming market?
It can
crash?
be. It can be. It doesn't have to be.
Isn't audio tits? Isn't it like that chicken place, that famous chicken place, Pope?
What?
What? You're
What?
cut out there, buddy.
They cut him
Oh,
off.
no, he's ordering chicken.
I said,
I think he can drive through it. KFC.
It's like that chicken restaurant, Pope Yes.
I don't know what he's talking about.
What is it
I don't
called?
That would be Popeyes if you break it down.
Popeyes. Mm-hmm.
You're calling
If
him
you look at
Papa?
it, it's Pope
Louisiana
Yes.
chicken.
I saw some gals on TV. They said, "Yeah, let's go over to Pope Yes and get some chicken." I'm like, "What the hell restaurant's that?" Popeyes.
Papa, is that you?
Pope Yes. I had to look at the sign twice. It didn't say Pope Yes.
What is it? What is it? Always they say, count that chicken for Popeyes, or something like
If it
that.
didn't have the apostrophe, I was with them. But it's got an apostrophe. How do you get Pope Yes out of that?
Did anyone try Popeyes already?
I was disappointed with their chicken sandwich compared to Chick-fil-A.
You guys,
There's this.
you're killing me. You're killing me. It's the end of the
What is it
day. We're
called?
past time to go. It's past. No, we're not getting
No,
into
no,
this.
no,
It's
no,
past.
we're
No,
not
no.
going.
It is past time to go.
We're
Unfortunately, I hate to break it to you. It is that time of the day. Yeah, good guy. Good day, guys. Good game. I'll see you
I'm
guys.
putting some bread right now.
I'll see you in the back of the Big
Silicone
Tramp in a little bit after I'm done with the outro.
Thank you, Casey. See you soon.
Keep it tight. Over.
I don't know where that was going, but it just didn't seem like it was going anywhere good. All right, you know what this means, guys. It is that time of the day, and as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep beep.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All
All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Strange time we're living in, panic and hysteria. Poor man learn, the rich man don't care for your narcissist mindset spread like malaria. Sit back and watch the show. America, Britain split through fickle shit. A government of hypocrites. These counterfeit politicians sit in parliament, not adequate. Come on. Needlessly bleeding, resources all dry. Turn a blind eye if it means a pay rise. Oh, what a shame it would be, I would die if number 10 Downing Street burned in a fire. Only joking, only messing, don't be stressing. I'm a peaceful adolescent, there's no need to be unpleasant. Write my thesis in a rhyme scheme to analyze the brain while my fingers on the trigger of a money game. Oh, rain, 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 a storm it comes our way. And no surprise to distorted lies, poison in the veins, but we died upon the blame, 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 blame. It's easier to blame, but point the mirror at ourselves. We're all part of this whole money game. This old money game. This old money is is a game and the ladder we climb turns a saint into a sinner with his finger in crime. I'll break it down for you motherfuckers line by line. This is business economics in a nursery rhyme. She sells seashells on a seashore, but the value of these shells will fall due to the laws of supply and demand. No one wants to buy shells because there's loads on the sand. Step one, must create a sense of scarcity. Shells will sell much better if the people think they're rare, you see. Bear with me, take as many shells as you can find and hide them on an island. Stockpile them high until they're rarer than a diamond. Step two, gotta make the people think that they want them, really fucking want them. Hit them like Bronson. Influencers, product placement, featured primetime entertainment. If you haven't got a shell, then you're just a fucking waste, man. Free, it's monopoly. Invest inside some property. Start a corporation, make a logo, do it properly. Shells must sell, that will be a new philosophy. Swallow all your morals, they're a poor man's quality. 4. Expand, expand, expand. Clear forest, make land, fresh blood on hands. 5. Why just shells? Why limit yourself? She sells seashells, sell oil as well. 6. Guns, sell stock, sell diamonds, sell rock, sell water to a fish, sell the time to a clock. 7. Press on the gas, take your foot off the brakes, then run to be the president of the United States. 8. Big smile, make big wave, that's great. Now the truth is overrated, tell lies out the gate. 9. Polarize the people, controversy is the game. It don't matter if they hate you, if they all say your name. 10. The world is yours. Step out on the stage to a round of applause. You're a liar, cheat, a devil, a whore, and you sell seashells on the seashore. Rain, 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 rain. A storm, it comes our way. And no surprise to distorted lies. Poison in the veins, but we die upon the blame, 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 blame. It's easier to blame, but point the mirror at ourselves. We're all part of this whole money game.